be inviting the chair session for this particular breakout. And we're looking really at energy and the interface of tourism promotion. All right. And I have engineer Simon Peter Sechtoleko, who is here. He's the assistant commissioner at MEMAD, at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. So I'm going to invite Mr. Sechtoleko, who will go on to invite his discussants. Again, for the ushers, as members come in, I'll encourage that we sit in the middle. Those at the back, if you guys could just move forward so that we can have a fruitful discussion together. The rest will join us along the way. So I'll just wait for the gentlemen at the back. If you could just move and join us. Some of us are seated at the extreme ends. We've turned off the ACs, so it shouldn't be too cold in the middle. So if my friends at the back and the extreme ends, if we could just move to the center. No need to be too scattered when we are still building the numbers. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Why don't we put our hands together for engineer Simon Peter Sechtoleko as he comes to pick it up from here. Come on, Obugalo, Obugalo, Obugalo. Thank you.
A very good morning to you all. Just want to ensure that I am audible. Welcome to the third and final day of the Renewable Energy Conference 2024 and Expo. Thank you very much, Ronnie, for the very good job that you're doing in guiding the conference thus far. And as he has intimated, today promises to be even better than the last 2 days, which were great as it stands. We have a rich agenda, a program for you that you're going to enjoy, quite immersive, and also use this platform, an opportunity to deliberately network and leverage synergies. This morning, I'm happy to kick it off with the first session here in the plenary, a session that is going to look at energy at the interface of tourism promotion. You're going to hear and learn about what in our context are new concepts, but certainly concepts that we need to look more closely at and then exploit as the need may arise. Today, you're going to enjoy experiences and knowledge from 4 panelists across the divide in terms of categories of those that participate in the Ugandan space. And they'll talk to us about what I'd call the energy and tourism nexus, essentially highlighting how the interconnected relationship between energy production, consumption, and tourism can be harnessed and leveraged to catalyze and foster sustainable socio-economic development. Energy tourism is a concept that involves visitors learning about and experiencing renewable energy technologies through guided tours and other experiences to see and learn about renewable energy sources in action, such as wind farms, solar farms. Some will go and have a look at wind turbines that not only provide energy for electrification, but also for irrigation, hydroelectric plants. As you may be aware, we are also well endowed with geothermal energy, so you can go and visit the hot springs that you can directly use either to take a hot bath, although I wouldn't advise that. I've seen videos where, again, these hot springs have been used to prepare food and for other therapeutic purposes. The goal of energy tourism is not only to foster tourism, but also to educate and inspire visitors about sustainable energy practices while offering unique, eco-friendly travel experiences. It is therefore important to describe this niche of energy tourism within the tourism market, assess and see how best to position to exploit its potential. In addition, this type of tourism is closely correlated with the public and social acceptance of traditional and renewable energy facilities and technologies. This session, therefore, will bring together tourism and energy experts to discuss the energy tourism nexus. And by integrating renewable energy into tourism, destinations can reduce their carbon footprint, protect local environments, and create economic opportunities for communities. This synergy between energy and tourism is crucial to advance our just energy transition and foster a greener future. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor now to invite the panelists with whom we're going to engage. We have 4 distinguished panelists, and allow me to start with the ministry's very own, Dr. Patricia Litho, the Assistant Commissioner of Communications and PR at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Dr. Litho, you're most welcome. Allow me now the opportunity to invite Ms. Sophie Kayongo, the Senior Product Development and Research Officer from the Uganda Tourism Board. Ms. Sophie, you are most welcome. I'm happy to note that I see more people trickling in, and as earlier intimated, as you come in, if you could kindly occupy the spaces within the middle, and then we'll fill out the other areas as people come in. Allow me now to invite Mr. Charles Mwesije, who is the Environmental Manager at the Uganda National Oil Company. Mr. Charles, you're most welcome. And last, but certainly not least, allow me to invite Mr. Muhumuza Daidas, who is the Senior Officer in charge of Stakeholder Management at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Mr. Muhumuza, you're most welcome. Our dear participants, please take note that this session again stands to educate, but also to share ideas and hear from you. So be keen to take notes, and we'll have a Q&A at the end of the panel session so that we may hear from you, get some questions, some remarks, some feedback to enrich our knowledge base as we advance this agenda. Allow me to start with one opening question directed to all the panelists, particularly to help us appreciate how the energy sector can be positioned to be an anchor point for the tourism sector revenue stimulation in the country. Allow me to start with Dr. Patricia, and then I'll invite the other panelists to chime in on the same. Dr. Patricia, please.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming to our session. So, as a Minister of Energy, the way we look at energy or renewable energy as a potential tourism partner, I could highlight 3 major areas. So some of our products in renewable energy, of course, we have the huge hydropower dams, the latest being the Karuma hydropower dam. These are potential sites for tourism in that we can encourage and leverage these and taking visitors to these places, including Isimba, Narubale, Bujagali, and so on and so forth. I know in Uganda, most of you, if you've gone through the Uganda, especially primary school education, it's mostly schools. For geography lessons, they'll take you to these power dams, they'll take you to schools. But we've seen that, especially when most Ugandans go for training abroad, part of the training package, what you have to pay for is energy tourism. Especially engineers, they'll take you to these major sites like Victoria Falls, and there'll be a story around that, and also see the community around that. So I think in Uganda, this can be an amazing place. I'll give you the most recent, Karuma, for instance. Not only does it overlook the River Nile, not that the others don't, but also they've deliberately put vantage points where you can see several things. Karuma is also within Makison, where you can be able to see wild animals and this. So in the spirit of blending into the environment, seeing how government of Uganda complies with environmental requirements, but also how you can make these developments possible within an existing environment without overly disturbing it, I think it could be an amazing source of tourism. I know that increasingly when people come to conferences such as this, they actually sometimes arrange tours. This could have been a great opportunity at this Renewable conference, which brings me to the other point of renewable energy sites. What renewable energy sites could we possibly take our visitors to that could be of interest? Increasingly, we are putting up a lot of solar farms, the huge solar farms. Busitema, for instance, is an amazing site, and people would be excited to visit that part of the country, but also see these possibilities. There could be interested investors along the way who possibly thought these kind of investments are not possible in Uganda. So not only do we get revenue from this tourism, but also attract investment in other areas along the way. In the beginning, the moderator, the chair, talked about the geothermal sites. Most of them are in Western Uganda, and we see people bathing there, people eating there, people cooking from there. These are amazing sites. I mean, for me, at a personal level, when I first saw a geothermal site, I was amazed. I was shocked that this is actually possible, that there could be water and heat at the same time. And I'm sure this is not unique to me. There are so many people who would love to see such sites and what's possible with it. And we could also promote ecotourism initiatives. So increasingly, we are promoting ecotourism, but as Minister of Energy, we can deliberately work with these tourism places to ensure that our accommodation are powered by renewable energy sources, appealing to the environmental consciousness of travelers and things like that, and also conserving our environment. Most of our huge infrastructure projects, we are always challenged about our environmental compliance, and it's possible with going the renewable energy way. And maybe as a last point, without saying everything, Doctor, let me talk about the community-based projects. Especially for Ministry of Energy, we have the rural electrification projects. We have both renewable ones, where we do off-grid sites. For instance, in Lamour, we have some of those, in other parts of the country, but also the traditional grid, which is also renewable, allowing tourists to experience and support sustainable development firsthand. So to me, that is one way, specifically Ministry of Energy can work with tourism to ensure we promote energy tourism. Of course, along with this, we must promote the health and safety concerns as any energy infrastructure requires. When you go to the dam, how do you behave? So we'd need to also sensitize, promote IEC materials, and promote maybe the safety wear that we need when we go to these places. This could be branded. Someone could choose to brand, to promote, to sell some of these products, and even create souvenirs about the country around that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patricia, for kicking it off in fashion. Drawing from your submission, again now leading to Ms. Kayongo, the tourism sector. Dr. Patricia has clearly highlighted that even as it stands, we are already leveraging energy tourism without even knowing it. What can we do more? How best can we position ourselves to ensure that we are deliberate about leveraging the same? I understand the country now as it stands has put a keen focus on tourism, and they want to promote the MICE model. Energy tourism stands to be one of those focal points that can be advantageous to enhance the MICE model. Please also speak to us about how the energy sector can be positioned to be the anchor point for tourism sector revenue stimulation in the country.
Thank you so much, moderator. This is a great opportunity for tourism to come to such a high-level conference. Of course, energy is known for people who have read a lot and have researched a lot, and people who are too gifted with the thinking capacity. Sometimes tourism comes off as a sector of leisure and pleasure, but there's a lot in the tourism sector that cuts across various sectors, one of which is the energy space. There are so many ways tourism interfaces with energy. First, as a product. I think even before energy was still something we go to for tourism, because I remember when I was still in school, we had, I think, a visit to Nalubale that time, which was an amazing experience for me as a student at that time. So this was tourism that was already there, but never talked about strongly. It came to the light after COVID-19, when countries were trying to be more sustainable, reduce on the mass tourism. So industrial tourism presented that opportunity, yeah? Because you're not going to go, say, to Karuma and you're 1,000. There's a limit they give you. So it came off as a kind of tourism that looks at sustaining the environment, but also because it's renewable, it has less carbon emissions than the non-renewable sources. And in that light, Uganda Tourism Board, because we are the chief marketing agency of the government of Uganda, we've had a number of partnerships in this kind of space: energy tourism, infrastructure tourism, industrial tourism. We all usually use them concurrently. We've had partnerships with UEGCL on how to position the ready dams and plants for tourism, not just for the education space, because at the first interface, it was for teaching. This is how the turbines run, this is the energy they emit, this is how they were developed, and we're trying to make them also realize there are people who are actually coming to these dams to just be interested. So you have to create a story, and that is something we have been working with them. And in that conversation, they have actually realized they have more tourism development product potential that other products may not have, because they are having the Karuma Falls. They could be water sport on the safe areas, because they are engineers. They would know which is a safe space, which is not a safe space. So it becomes more safe tourism than someone just creating a product out of nowhere. We've also encouraged education tourism with them, but more simplified, because sometimes engineering terms can be so complicated and you leave more confused than you came. So those are also discussions we've had with UEGCL, and the last time we were there, so many improvements had actually happened, and we were quite impressed. We have also had conversations with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. I'm glad they are here, trying to develop the geotourism product, yeah, which is a new space in the Ugandan electricity production, because most of our electricity that comes from the hydropower or the windmills or solar. So us exploring the geothermal space is quite an interesting phenomenon that we are going to have so many people wanting to explore. I think the nearest from Uganda is the Naivasha one, and we were chanced, I think, to go with the Ministry of Energy sometime, maybe 2 years ago, and we realized how the plant is within a national park, but also incorporating tourism aspects within their practices, which I found very interesting. And we were actually notified that, well, they were designing the plant and what they needed to produce. When they included tourism, the required investment for tourism was so immaterial. So it came through, and that's how they made it work. But if tourism presented it as a project, a standalone, it would look like it's a lot of money. But if it's embedded within an energy projects are usually very capital intensive and they take in a lot of money. So if probably the project is about 5 million US dollars and tourism is just taking 100,000 US dollars, it becomes very, very immaterial, so it becomes easier to develop. So these are partnerships that we could work with to see how we better promote and develop the tourism sector while partnering with the energy sector. We've also partnered with Total and UNOC in the Tilenga area for the oil and gas. Of course, oil and gas is non-renewable, but it's also a new development in the country. So there are oil field tours that actually happen, people to know how this oil will be produced and how it will reach the final consumer. We've also seen developments that come through because of the energy. Because if there was no oil, probably we would never be talking about the Kabalega International Airport. Yeah? We'll not be talking about some of the roads and the infrastructure that has come through. We will also not be talking about some of the culture developments that have come through because of this project. So these are all ways energy tourism can be promoted, but also becomes an avenue for us to expand our scope of tourism, diversify our tourism product offering, because Uganda is known to highly rely on the nature-based products. So energy tourism presents us an opportunity to diversify away from some of those elements that come out glaring in the tourism space in the country. Maybe for better development, we could improve on the partnerships, further enhance the development, instead of just focusing on maybe the dam itself, the geothermal plant, what other initiatives can be put. Also, how do we localize energy? Energy comes off as a very complicated phenomenon, but it would be good to have local guides. Tell the story, simplify it, teach it to other people, that you don't need an engineer to stop work to come and guide tourists, but local people can actually benefit and also guide, which brings in more money in the economy, makes community protect the resource because they are also earning from the resource. Also, community sensitization. There's always sometimes we feel when energy comes into the tourism space, it's destroying the environment, it's destroying cultural artifacts. So there's always this negativity that is approached with the sector. So it would be good to continue sensitization on how tourism and energy can continue interfacing and working seamlessly together for a better economy and to fully monetize the economy as per the NDP4. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kayongo. That was quite illuminating. And key to note, you have already been deliberate in terms of fostering strategic partnerships that you're now leveraging to ensure that you enhance the contribution of ecotourism and energy tourism to the scope of tourism as it stands. I'm also happy to note, and this was also alluded to by Dr. Patricia, that even on the energy side, there have been deliberate efforts to create vantage points at some of these energy plants, not only for purposes of education, but also to create spaces that are quite attractive and have the scenery and appeal to bring people in, not only to view the plants, but also enjoy the scenery and ambience. Speaking about the environment and the need not only to have more energy facilities installed for us to leverage our endowment in terms of renewable energy resources, but to ensure that there is coexistence without disruption. Allow me now to invite Mr. Charles Mwesige, the Environmental Manager at the Petroleum Authority Uganda, to speak to the same question, how the energy sector can be positioned to be an anchor point for tourism sector revenue stimulation, cognizant of the fact that as Uganda, we are deliberate on an integrated approach in terms of energy development. There's a lot to be sought as far as resources are concerned, but then we have to be very mindful on how we go about it. Over to you, Mr. Mwesige.
Thank you very much, moderator. I think for energy tourism to thrive in the country, we need first to appreciate the foundation on which it's supposed to anchor so that it can live through generations. So what immediately comes to mind and the need for us to concentrate on as a country is to ensure that the the foundations around energy affordability, the foundations around energy access, and also around energy security are very critical. It's very common to find energy generation sites in the country where the immediate communities, for instance, do not have access to the same power. And that speaks a lot, because if we are going to promote tourism, you also need to obtain the social licenses to operate from the communities, immediate communities that are surrounding an energy generation facility. And that's when such communities, host communities, can embrace the tourists who come around and support them to ensure that they have a memorable stay at the facility when they come to visit. But now taking it deep into the environmental aspects, most of these energy infrastructure projects are energy intensive, and as such they require a considerable amount of land to establish the facilities. Tourism across the world has become, tourists across the world have become so sensitive about environmental considerations of a place that they are going to, the social considerations, but also the governance considerations. The tour operators who could be in the room could agree with me that when tourists are checking in, they have a checklist, and those are some of the things they look at to find out if a particular place they are going to actually adheres to ESG considerations, which on a bigger scale transit into sustainability. So if we are going to establish energy infrastructure to attract tourism, it should be sustainable in a way. So those three variables are very critical in sustaining the infrastructure itself in terms of its operation, but also we know the same facility is generating resources to also sustain it, but also the host communities, like I've alluded moments ago, accepting the tourists and also hosting them to ensure that they have a memorable stay at the facilities that they visit. So those, once combined, can create a lasting impact on the communities, but also tourism and also the operators of these facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwesije, for that submission. And I'm happy to note that we need to be keen and cognizant of the sensitivity with respect to environmental, social, and governance considerations. I understand that a number of institutions are now intentional on pursuing ESG, environmental, social, and government frameworks, not only to position themselves to attract financing, but again, as indicated, even the users these days are quite aware and will be keen to appreciate whether or not the service provider from whom they're going to enjoy services is one that takes these matters seriously. We have appreciated the fact that yes, energy is a key determinant for tourism. Energy can also be a constraint of tourism, and energy can be positioned and packaged quite well, particularly these facilities, to be an attraction and foster tourism. But it's also come out clear that if there isn't a tactful way and deliberate effort to engage the host communities, the experience that one sought to deliver may then be distorted or even undone if the host community is not attended to accordingly. Allow me now to invite Mr. Mhumuza Daidas, the senior officer in charge of stakeholder management at the Petroleum Authority Uganda, to speak to the same question about how the energy sector can be positioned to be an anchor point for the tourism sector revenue stimulation, but particularly also highlighting to us the key issues already raised regarding stakeholder engagement and management. Over to you, Mr. Daidas.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and glad that we're discussing such a very important aspect in the whole ball game. Dear listeners, I'm glad you made it here, but looking at what my colleagues have just shared, we need to appreciate some of the perspectives regarding the nexus between energy development and tourism as an area that is evolving in our context here. But like the colleague from the tourism board just shared, there's already a lot that is happening. We have hundreds of people who keep coming every month to just visit those facilities. And it's not yet thought out how this turns out to be a tourism revenue generating aspect. But already this is happening. They write, and this is normally regulated by the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. They write, visit. It's about really appreciating what is happening. Incidentally, the majority or a great percentage of the facilities for oil and gas are within a pre-existing tourism kind of terrain. You talk of Kaboya Wildlife Reserve, you talk of Machijon Falls Conservation Area, and you talk of Semiliki area the other side, and so forth and so forth. What the Petroleum Authority recently did, working with partners, was to do a study on what they call sectoral linkages, trying to see the strategic link between other sectors and the oil and gas. And tourism is one of the most prominent sectors that has got potential for diversifying the economy. Essentially, the sector, that's oil and gas, deals in non-renewable resources, finite resources. But we look at value being generated, huge value. How do we get this value to be invested in renewable resources? And this will enhance the potential for increased value, and tourism is one of the areas. How do we get investment in renewable energy sources? Already at these facilities we've got heavy investment in renewable energy sources like solar and also HEP. Recently I think Total signed up to co-ownership of Bujagali. I think you heard about that. Some of those initiatives, Total is no longer the Total, it's now Total Energies, and that's part of the strategy to diversify. But to get to a point where you are asking, I think one of the things, like my colleague Charles indicated, these facilities have got potential for providing tourism opportunities. One, where they are located, and other additional support services like accommodation and so forth that really require energy. So you realize that the tourism potential is yet to be very well harnessed to ensure that we get even the critical lower level linkages of the local communities, the local governance systems, and then the specialized agencies like the tourism board and the others working together, and the energy services companies, the regulators in the sector working together to see to it that that strategic linkage is put to a point that works. One of the things I would maybe just share, we need to devise a model, a business-like model, which can be hinged on PPPP, that's a public-private partnerships, because there are so many things here. There are so many interests. The investors and the other players who are working on these energy facilities have got focus on what they're supposed to achieve. But here is a reason for us to also see what other value can we generate, and then we get other players are coming in to enhance additional value attached to these developments. As we speak, so much is happening in the sector. Energy, and like you said, Uganda's approach is delivering an integrated approach. So much. Now we need to get to a point also to see, with the generation of all this energy, how do we ensure that the energy spurs the tourism sector? And this tourism will generate more value that will trickle down to the communities. How are the communities in these areas accessing or utilizing this energy? Or what has this energy done? It really can be transformational in many ways, and then we also build very great spec for tourism going forward. I have been to some places. You find like there is one facility, one city, I call it a facility city, called Gladstone in Australia. It's a delivery point for gas, okay? And the gas comes about 600 kilometers away to Gladstone, to the delivery points for tankers to load and liquefied. Liquefaction is making it cold to up to maybe minus 8,000 degrees, because you can easily transport it in that form, because it is volatile if it's not liquefied. And this facility, this city, hosts so many people every day who just come to see what is there. And it has a history from the time it was designed as a coastal city that used to be used to take out goodies from Central Australia to the rest of the world. Now it is taking out gas, and people get to appreciate some of the dynamics around it. So there is a potential for even learning. That I compare it with what is happening at Tanga, where they are building a terminal for delivery of oil, how that can be harnessed, and also looking at the upstream facilities this side. It's a lot of things we need to think about, and also think about how we enhance our understanding. I don't know how many amongst us have been able to go and check out these facilities. Just that, and also knowing very well that yes, if you go to Bulisa, you don't just stop at checking out these facilities. You even get into the Machijon Falls and check out the wildlife, and even the facilities within the park itself. And if we get that loop, we shall be able to gain more insights in terms of building a framework and a clear picture of how we can enhance the nexus and gain more value, even from foreign tourists and even domestic tourists going forward. I submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhumuza. And I want to use your very submission to segue on to a second question, particularly picking up on the fact that you highlighted the need for us to come up with contextually appropriate models and frameworks to allow us to leverage energy tourism. You did indicate that even as we foster this, many interests then do come for investors that we can facilitate, not only to pick from the opportunities as far as tourism is concerned, but also invest in other segments or aspects that support the tourism industry. Tourism, you did note again, and energy tourism as it stands has a potential that is yet to be realized. And drawing from your submission, allow me again to come to you to ask what will you think would be the necessary policy and regulatory frameworks or changes in said frameworks that we would need to promote energy tourism.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've always known Uganda is one of the most well-researched and drafted policy terrains. Very good policies and frameworks, regulations, laws, in whatever docket you find them. And already as we speak, there are so many things. And that was the reason why the authority, working with other partners, decided to do a sectoral linkages study. A lot was discovered to be tucked away in very many dockets. I think one of the critical things is we need to have a crucial review of what we have to date, and then come up with multi-sectoral frameworks and proper coordination of what we have. Because we already have designated responsibilities of different MDAs, that's ministries, departments, and agencies of government, with specific responsibilities for so many things and clear policy guidelines and laws. Now, once we get to that, we shall be able to understand what we already have and then what we need to do. One of the key things is proper coordination and communication among the different entities so that we can leverage on the efforts, capacities, and so many various things. I know we've had one of the most complicated debates, RAPEX, if I may, rationalization. But we really need now to get to a point of saying, okay, whatever we have now, we review and enhance following what we have appreciated to date to suit the circumstances. And I will go back to the suggestion I made, devising a triple P model for this is going to be the way, because it's going to be beyond just looking at having the government side. You have the business or private sector side, and you have the public beyond just government, role to be played by communities, and like the triple P, the public-private partnerships, to ensure that there is proper coordination of what we have. In terms of the changes, I think normally maybe it may not be a real policy shift. It's supposed to be a business-focused model to adopt and rejig the thinking around our tourism, okay? And in view of what other sectors are doing as well, and enhance the relationships. Because tourism may not be just about going to protected areas. I've seen tourists going to just cities, and they do a lot of tourism, be it London, Nairobi, even Kampala. You don't know how many people just come and do tourism in Kampala. You meet somebody somewhere in Norway or Sweden or wherever, and they tell you so many stories about Kampala, and you wonder, but they know more about Kampala than the people who live in Kampala. So we need now to see what do we need to rejig and enhance our frameworks that we have before we think of creating more, so that we don't just keep recreating. There's nothing we're going to create, but just to see the connections and the value additions in terms of enhancing our value. Now, in view of the energy, I think one of the things or the policy drivers behind what the Petroleum Authority is doing is to provide a foundation and guide on minimizing the legendary oil curse. That when oil comes, everything is around oil. No. Saying there are other important sectors that if we do the oil, we generate a lot of value and invest it in other sectors, enhance other sectors that will even, they've been around for long they are still around. They will be around even beyond the life of the oil and gas. I think you get what I mean. So it's one of those things to really think about how we rejig and focus on the very long-term perspectives to ensure that we achieve much more value for the long term going forward. That's what I can share in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Of late, now that we are ushering in the fourth National Development Plan, there is a tenfold strategy focusing on the ATMs: agriculture, tourism, minerals, science, technology, innovation, and other supporting sectors. Energy has also been identified as the key enabler and catalyst to ensure that all these are fostered going forward. Your submission clearly indicates that in terms of the respective sectoral plans and strategies, we may and possibly we do have frameworks that can foster what it is that we're discussing today, but there is a need for better coordination. There is a need for an evaluation across the board on what else there may be in terms of gaps that we need to then fill. And then in a concerted manner, we advance this agenda. Again, with the coming of the NDP3, government adopted a programmatic approach, which has now paved the way of all the different sectors to work together towards achieving a common goal. Allow me now to invite back Dr. Litho, again to speak to the same, how we can further enhance and promote tourism or energy tourism, and what policies and frameworks, those in existence that we may need to improve upon, and those that you think we might need to have in place to have this advanced. Over to you, Dr. Litho.
Thank you so much. At the risk of being repetitive, but of course I'll say some things differently, I am glad that you mentioned the ongoing policy processes. So this is actually an ideal time to incorporate policies and regulation around energy tourism. For me, as a good starting point would be to develop a national energy tourism strategy, and this would involve policy integration, where we see energy tourism included in the national tourism and energy policy to ensure the coordinated development efforts. You talked about what you're doing with UGCL. I think that shouldn't be at just the agency level. It should be at the broader level of the energy, also being aware of the RAPs, the second generation reforms in the energy sector. So I think we need to bring that discussion to the ministry level that is concerned with policy and regulatory responsibilities. So that would be a great starting point. So I think it's an effort on both our sides to do that. Of course, stakeholder engagement, this is an amazing opportunity that REC has provided us. But beyond this room, what do we do to keep these conversations going, but also ensure the local communities are incorporated as we plan? Oftentimes when we promote tourism, we forget the incentives that attract people to a place. For instance, of course, Pa would know this better, what they've done in the Albertine region. When you look at the roads, they're amazing. A tourist would like that. So interestingly, most of these energy tourist potential sites are really in the wild, should I say. I mean, access to these areas is not easy. So I think we would also need to bring on board Ministry of Works. So that is a holistic approach, whereby the roads, there's accessibility, and then you get to the site and it's amazing, and it's educational, and so many things that tourists look for. Some of us will travel thousands of miles just to take a picture at the Eiffel Tower, just to take a picture at the Eiffel Tower. How many of us would move all the way to maybe some of the nuclear sites, Buyende, just to climb that rock and take a picture at the top of the hill? I've done it, I would do it, but how many more would do it? But the road to the place, and when you get there, these basic amenities sometimes is a turn off. We need places like information centers, where a one-stop center where you can get information about the place, but also basics that a visitor will need. Just simply like a toilet. You know, in Uganda, we just throw landmines all over the place. I think we need to go beyond that. But also paying attention to safety and environment. Energy tourism potential sites are actually very sensitive areas. Energy by its nature. For instance, if you go to a nuclear site, what safety measures are in place? So I think we need to pay attention to that. If we go to a substation, if we go to a hydropower dam, and that's why sometimes there's so many restrictions, even for us who work in the sector. Last Saturday, for instance, I went to Bujagali Power. Even when I was on appointment, the process you have to go through to access the facility can be challenging, right from you have the wrong shoes, you know. So do we make this information available? It seems so basic, but this will prevent you from accessing the facility that you've traveled kilometers just to see, and then you can't get in. So how do we prepare our tourists to access these beautiful sites? This should be available, because many times you're part of an arranged journey, and then you get to the place and you can't access it because you're not adhering to the health and safety measures. Do we make this available as we plan? And for me, beyond that, we need to look at the whole promotion and marketing and leveraging on digital platform that everybody is doing. What do we do beyond people visiting these sites? Can we also do, you know, you can create a 3D experience online. If it's impossible for me to go to Karuma, can I make it possible for people to view the place, a tour of Karuma? And for instance, Karuma has some interesting tunnels that crosses the river and things like that. Maybe I would actually now want to go to Karuma just to experience that. How do we package? How do we network? How do we bring the stakeholders on board? Is the infrastructure and amenities right? Is accessibility on point? Do we pay attention to health and safety? But also incentives. Doctor, the last one I'm making, you know, I could go on with some of these issues, but incentives. What incentives are available for someone who would like to invest in energy tourism? I think we have to have that in mind, but also not to forget the public-private partnership. Do we leave to government alone? Do we leave to the private alone? I think we need to work together, because the government mostly is responsible for investment in energy, and if they don't put into consideration the other concerns, then we are in trouble. But at the same time, we see mostly the private sector investing in tourism. How do we bridge the gap? I mean, for instance, I come from the east, and when the new bridge across the Nile came on board, you know, the first message, you see no photographs here. Everybody would like to take a photograph there. So you see there's the security concern, and there's the tourism benefit. Yes, but of course with technology, you know, we snitch around and take these opportunities. But they should make it possible for me to park as I'm accessing this bridge, take my photos. Even if they're charging for it, people are willing to do that. So how do we work together in terms of policy, but also for the private sector, those of us tourists in the country, and also international tourists, to appreciate international concerns, you know? When I was growing up, the old bridge, we always looked forward to crossing by the boiling water. That's what we literally called it in my language. And even when you're asleep, you know, your colleagues would wake you up. My dad, oh, you guys, you're approaching the boiling water. And well, it's not, the boiling water is not there anymore, but you could see it in other places. So how do we incorporate this? You said we could incorporate water sports, you know? But you see in Ginger, just near those dams, we have the bungee jumping, we have rafting nearby. How do we bring this together as one package? I submit.
Thank you very much. Brilliant ideas from yourself and Didas. What I really wanted to again re-echo is this proposal for a national energy tourism strategy to coherently integrate and coordinate all the different efforts so that in a seamless manner we then defragment whatever it is we've been doing and ensure that we can reach the goal. I also like the idea around the information centers, leveraging technology to promote tourism. I think the Uganda Museum has started to adopt a model of that nature, where they have now created a digital virtual platform where someone can have a look at some of what is in the country that is of splendor, from the comfort of their own home, appreciate and then plan their trip before they set out to ensure that they get the best experience from their venture. It is at this point that I now want to invite back Ms. Kayongo to speak more to, one, how Uganda is poised to promote energy tourism, and drawing from some of the examples shared, but then more so some of your ongoing work, considering that you're very much in research. What avenues can we now take advantage of to advance energy tourism as a viable sector?
Thank you so much, Engineer Simon. First and foremost, I think we need to profile these sites. There are some sites Doctor has mentioned here. I have actually been to those places, but I've not, like, no one even talked about them. Like Usitema, like no one. They'll share, maybe the baboons tell you go to the university, but no one will tell you there's actually a power plant that you could actually visit. Yeah. I think the starting point should be, can we have a stock of all these sites? Because it's sometimes hard to market what we don't know. Yes. At least they are under one place of, like, if you're taking the northern route, these are the sites available. If you're taking the western route, these are the sites. If you're in the central region, these are the opportunities you can go out to check. The eastern, yeah, maybe that could also have people talking about these sites. Then I've been chance to visit Karuma, and I think that's Naluva Lekira. I realize most of these processes are digitized. They'll tell you, we notice the fault is here, by just looking at a screen. How can that also spill over to the tourism aspects at these sites? Before I move to Karuma, can I check out on the website that I need to come with waterproof shoes, that I need to come with a reflector jacket, I need to come with maybe a helmet, or it's provided at the site? Like that kind of information. Do I need to pre-book, and how do I do the pre-booking? Through who? Other than reaching the gate and like not allowed. And I'm like, no, but I've moved an entire over 200 kilometers to see this product, and only to be told, no, it should have been a pre-booking. The engineer had to first be off duty to actually take you around. It becomes a little frustrating for tourists. But if this information is actually available on the websites, or even in the profiles that are written, that for someone to access these products, a pre-booking is required. These are the safety precautions you have to take on. These are the figures you have to pay, because most of the energy tourism products we have in the country are free entrance. As UTB, we are not a believer in free tourism, because free tourism sometimes becomes very destructive, yeah, but it's best you peg a fee such that tourists have expectations, and also empower the developers to be better, because someone has paid in some little money, also the economies benefit. But if it's free, sometimes it's hard to actually amount it, of like, okay, what benefit came into the community or came into the country because of this product due to tourism. So those are things that we could look into, pricing these products, profiling these products, digitizing the booking process, and making sure it's all seamless and it's speaking to all kinds of tourists, whether I'm an independent traveler, whether I'm traveling through a tour operator and I'm booking my trip, or I'm actually learning about the product through maybe my accommodation facility that I've actually booked into that is there. But also, there's also a side of energy that is so related to tourism that sometimes it's almost impossible for us to differentiate ourselves from energy. For example, I don't know of any tourism space that can thrive without energy. If you look at our accommodation facilities, almost 90% of what they do is energy. If this room is not lighted, we'll be having issues in the moment, and we'd all be complaining, what's going on, what's happening, why don't we have power? So the tourism sector is a very high consumer of energy. So any developments, any improvements in the energy sector automatically trickle down to tourism. As long as the country is highly dependent on non-renewables, tourism will also be highly dependent on the non-renewable space. If the ministry moves away and moves to the renewable spaces, tourism will also come in to look at these spaces, because we are a high consumer of energy. But also beyond the energy, we also are a very high consumer of water. Yeah, sometimes you look at how much water is released if you go to maybe a hotel like here Munyonyo, it's a 5-star, and you're going to take a shower. How much water does your shower head release in a minute if I opened it? It's usually a lot, which you're actually not going to use. But with the Ministry of Energy, is it possible to actually have better equipment that either regulate how much water is going to release to me, to preserve energy, but also to make the sector more sustainable, and see how as an economy, as a country, we are looking at using sustainable practices with the energy sector in tourism. How do we also have water recycling? Because probably if I've used a washing machine in the hotel, that water, where is it going? Could it be cleaned to water plants or do something else? Or is it just going to be wasted and now goes into the sewer with any water that could maybe not go through the recycling? So all those are ideas in the energy sector that could be maybe ventured into to see how better we support the tourism sector, the hospitality sector to be more energy efficient. Also, when you look at our solid waste, if we left this room, probably the plastics will be quite a lot, the bottles, even when we eat food, the leftovers, how do we recycle these into energy? How do we recycle them into better energy that even though a hotel has probably used, like we have had fruit salads and watermelons have gone in and everything, how is this help to be recycled into either manure or into biogas, into something that is more renewable and more sustainable for this tourism sector? So those are all areas that we can partner with in the Ministry of Energy, but also to promote energy tourism as a focal point for the tourism sector in Uganda, because it's very sustainable, it's not a mass product, but also this kind of event is a MICE event, which is another element of our tourism space which we encourage and promote. So these are all opportunities that the energy sector and energy tourism brings into the tourism space. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Ms. Kayongo. And it's exciting to hear the opportunities there are, particularly between the different ministries and key sector players, to foster energy tourism, but also in so doing, advance our respective agendas. I was keen to note that, yes, tourism is a high consumer of energy and water. As an energy ministry, we may want to work more closely together to promote, foster, and encourage energy efficiency, sustainable practices. How can we then relook the tourism applications and process to then see where we can promote circularity or a circular economy? We do have a number of waste to energy programs that we can again use the tourist sites and industry not only to demonstrate, but to pave the way and show an example to other sectors to be able to do the same. We should be keen on profiling these sites so that we know at a quick glance what we have at our disposal, take stock of what we have, and be able to enjoy exactly that. I think just by doing that, we'll go a long way in promoting domestic tourism. Typically, international tourists do a lot of research, and even the marketing agencies do quite a good job in and packaging these sites. But as far as domestic tourism is concerned, if we profile, once we digitize and we have an information center and a repository that one can quickly go to, I believe we'll go a long way in promoting energy tourism and in so doing, promoting tourism. Now over to Mr. Didas, to Mr. Charles Mwesije. From all that has been shared, and drawing from your own experience, what lessons do you think could be learned from developed countries where energy tourism is advanced and contributes significantly to those countries that we can adopt or adapt to ensure that Uganda positions itself to do exactly that? Over to you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Sweden is one of the countries where energy tourism is so much enhanced, especially in the area of bioenergy. Utilization of biomass predominantly waste to produce energy. And one of the facilities around Stockholm, the Vatahamnen combined heat and power plant produces over 280 megawatts. Drawing this lesson or this experience back here at home, majority of us, if not all, are familiar.
Hello? Perhaps you could try use the one on the other side, if you don't mind.
Hello. Yes. So, majority of us are familiar with the unfortunate events that happened at Kitezi. And in every challenge, there's an opportunity. And looking at specifically emerging dark tourism and energy tourism, Uganda has a very big opportunity. So the dark tourism revolves around exhibiting or demonstrating unfortunate events that happen in a particular area. So people are emotionally attached to such incidents, just like we see the nuclear plant failures in Japan and other places. So having an information center that demonstrates what exactly happened and an account from the survivors of what transpired and linking it to utilization of the waste currently at the landfill. We are told over 65% of the taking place in that area, and much of it ends up in water streams, releasing devastating environmental impacts on the wetland system around Kampala. So if government prioritized, and we know discussions are currently ongoing, converting that waste into power and merging it with dark tourism around the unfortunate events at Kitezi, that alone can improve or enhance energy tourism. That just goes to show the vast potential that we have as a country just around Kampala, and if you stretch this throughout the country, in Kanungu and other places, there is a lot that we can benefit from the best practices that surround us around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You brought in an interesting aspect that is often ignored, and perhaps in as much as it plays out in terms of the events that we hold, we don't speak to it and how we, again, position ourselves to leverage it. That is the dark tourism. How we then turn around these unfortunate events to then have either days or events that commemorate not only just that, but also leverage those opportunities to sensitize the populace. I know that the unfortunate occurrences of the nuclear plant failures still resonate with many today, and people do actually read up on it. Away from tourism, here in Uganda, the Matters Day is one of such things, and it's drawn interest from all over the world. And I believe in our context, even from what we haven't been able to do well, we can still use it as an opportunity to generate interest and attention to the pressing matters as far as development is concerned. At this stage, allow me to invite the audience to chime in into the discussion, share your questions, remarks, comments, feedback. We're eager to use this opportunity. We have benefited from a wealth of knowledge, and it would be important that we make very good use of our distinguished panel today.
Check, check. All right, so if you have a question, you raise up your hand, your name and who you're addressing the question to. Let's keep it short and sweet.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. My name is Seguja Rashid, and I work with Center for Integrated Research and Community Development Uganda. That is Sakodo. I have a question to the Tourism Department. You look at the frameworks and our energy in promoting tourism, but there is a challenge or a weakness in some of the frameworks, which I always see when we talk about tourism, our mind is always focused on the foreign tourists, and we always ignore the local people. That's why you see when we talk of tourism, it usually comes with taxes. Why? Because we think most of the tourists come from not Uganda, outside the country. That is one. Secondly, if we are to promote more energy tourism, this one will go to maybe even organizers of this event. Let's start with ourselves. Why? We are here at Munyonyo Peak Resort. We have delegates, exhibitors, and students at large. But you will find that this expo will end when some of us even don't know that this place is near Lake Victoria. So let's put frameworks, practical frameworks, that maybe even during such events where we have sites which have some energy tourism in them, we find ways of how we can fix, maybe in the program where we can take exhibitors and delegates to really see. We take them to the lake and tell them such and such tourist attraction can bring this and ABCD. So to me, I think if we put that, we start with ourselves, we can make the energy tourism, even make it broader to other entities. Thank you.
All right. If you're here and you haven't seen the lake yet, during the break, I'm waiting to take you for a tour. Let's take a question from the students that side.
Good morning, all of you. My name is Rafa Trinity. I'm in senior 2 from Makerere College School. So my question was, can we also adopt to the use of biofuels to accompany the petroleum that we use in the vehicles? Because when we have the things we can use to extract the biofuels, and even there are some countries, for example, we have Brazil that opened up a commercial biodiesel refinery in March 2005, and it's capable of producing 3.2 million US gallons, and also the USA, the Europe, and Indonesia. So I think that if we divert to that, it can lead to, it's also a cleaner energy, so it can cope up the non-renewable fuel. And even the second question I had, it was, if we're transitioning to renewable energy, I think we should first step back and look at the effects, because we had I know we had two falls, that's Itanda and Bujagali Falls in Uganda. So they made a power dam at Bujagali Falls, but there's a way it affected the tourism industry, because it cut off the falls, but then we received the energy. But if it was possible when we had the falls and we still have the energy, it will make a greater impact to the tourism industry and the renewable energy industry.
Wonderful question. How do we enjoy the energy and not cut off tourism? Let's have a lady from there as we take one here.
Marcus Bahemuka is my name. Mine is going to PAO and the Tourism Board. PAO, this is during a time of oil and gas exploration. There are some new sites you have identified that can work as touristy sites in the Tilenga project. And have you worked hand in hand with the Tourism Board to maybe make them official, to have them actually designed not only as energy sources, but also as tourist sites? I'm going to give an example of Chitagata or Chiviro, which are hot springs that are well known to everyone. But when you reach there, actually, the only thing you can see is the hot spring. But it's not developed at not even a facility that can even sell a chapati to you is there. But now you're talking about tourism and so forth. Can some people put up infrastructure that can actually attract more tourists? And then also, last time we had the open park days, and I'm quite sure you people saw how people infiltrated those places. Now, as the board, this is a request. Can't you make it like seasonal and be like every quarter we shall have waivers? It may not be free entry, But if the cost of entry is 100 per person, you reduce it to 20. People will actually come. In this way, the government is getting revenue. We are knowing what is taking place. Not just living these things, as my brother said, for foreigners mostly. I'm quite sure we have very many tourist sites that are not known to the villagers who are staying in those places, but foreigners are aware of these things. Thank you so much.
The man is Kong Shua. Let's have a lady over there. Just, I think your mic is on.
Yeah, thank you, our panelists. My name is Joyce Mkuyahaga, and my question is to the lady from the Uganda Tourist Board. You mentioned that tourism is essentially an energy business, and I know that UTB does a lot of regulation and guidance to tourism operators. What are you doing to help them transition from, the current practices? We all know that most of these establishments are running generators, including this one, I'm sure, because I saw it. How are you helping them transition to renewable energy solutions, and how are you working with the Ministry of Energy to do that? Thank you. Over.
I don't know, do you have room for extra, Simon? Do we take one or two more?
No, let's, if we may have the panelists address those at first. Perhaps even those that may be coming could be tackled, but then I'd suggest we address that first round and then we move on. Over to you, panelists. I see there's a lot of interest coming to UTB, but from the nature of the questioning, I believe there's some responses that should come from the other members as well. So over to you, please.
Thank you so much, moderator. I'll answer a few, not in the order they came, but one on foreign tourists versus the domestic tourists. As the Uganda Tourism Board, our focus is on both the foreign tourists and also the domestic tourists. And our brand, that is Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, is a brand that promises a traveler an adventure of a lifetime. So whether you're a foreign traveler or a domestic traveler, it should deliver on that brand promise. Of course, these are things maybe that affected what we think about our tourists as we are growing up, but a lot of sensitization has come up. We have done a number of domestic tourism campaigns to open the minds of a traveler that even a domestic tourist is very important and very relevant. And we've seen a number of our accommodation facilities, tour operators, product owners starting to price targeting the domestic traveler. But these are still continued efforts we are doing, and I think with time it will be something we don't talk about. Even the Open Park Days was an initiative to promote the domestic traveler to move to actually these attractions in the country. Because if you notice, they're only open to domestic people and only the foreign residents who are ideally staying in the country and they are enjoying the services in this country. So those are all efforts we are taking out to change the mindset and empower a Ugandan to know that even them as a Ugandan, they are tourists and they can ask for a quality of service that they expect from any service provider. Then for the Open Park Days, making it quarterly, this is a discussion I think I'll have to take for discussion. The Open Park Day was actually a pilot study to see if we had Open Park Days, what would be the uptake. And the uptake was good. So we'll go back on the drawing board and see how more can we give. Maybe half discount, maybe schools discounts, a few of those initiatives to ensure that people travel and actually visit these attractions within their places of residence, but also outside their places of residence. Then the bit of the hot springs, the geothermal development, we've had a number of partnerships with actually the private sector. Some are failed partnerships, but as government, we do not give up. Even when it fails, we still open it to the next partner. but I've not been in a space where government has chosen to work on its own. Most of its projects are actually private sector based as well. Even when government may be the lead taking the lead in the development, there are so many aspects within the development that are actually being channeled and being championed by the private sector, even including the Chitagata Hot Springs. There's still a lot of community engagements that are going on to make sure that is developed to a very important product in this economy. So those discussions still happen and are still happening, and we won't stop. Then how are we helping the sector to transition to renewable energy? As Uganda Tourism Board, we are privileged that beyond marketing the destination, we are also the regulator of the destination. That means we play an influential role in how the sector operates and how the sector runs its business. And if you look at our guidelines for the hospitality sector, there are so many elements that the hotels have to tick for them to actually be licensed or assessed or graded as a 5-star facility. Yeah? How are you being energy efficient is part of them. How are you environmentally sustainable is part of them. How are you involving the community? Are you sourcing from local suppliers or you're importing? So if you're importing, that's already a lower score for you. So all those are things we look into the sector to make sure they're actually adhering to some of these renewable energy practices. But also Uganda Tourism Board is a member of the Global Sustainable Tourism Council, which is an international body that actually certifies travel and tourism. So these are partnerships that we have to make sure our private sector has a direct linkage to certifiers, that because travelers lately want to travel to places that are certified sustainable places. So this will create a bridge that since we are already a member, you already have access as a private sector player to get a certification mark as a sustainable tourism player. And I've been discussing with some tour operators who are exhibiting, which I found very interesting, and they're trying to see how they be 100% running on renewable energy, electric cars, and those are all discussions we have within the sector to make sure the sector is sustainable, but also is conserving the environment. Because with tourism, once we don't have a good environment, we will not thrive. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. There was also a question from the student from Makerere College School. An interesting one to note regarding biofuels and how we can now start to use and promote more of these technologies. I am happy to note that as a ministry, we do have a biofuels blending program that commenced the 1st of July this year, but before it did actually come into effect, we were deliberate of putting in place the necessary frameworks. So we have an act in place and regulations in place, and we are now working with the key stakeholders to fully operationalize that biofuels program. There was a session yesterday that was dedicatedly speaking about this. We'd be more than happy to engage with you further, to share with you what we already have in place, but to pick your mind on what else can be done to do exactly that. One, raise more awareness about this possibility, but then two, you never know, you could have ideas that could even enhance the program that we could consider adopting. Allow me to invite Dr. Patricia from the ministry, and then Mr. Charles from UNOC, he also has a bit more knowledge about this, to quickly speak to the same, and then use that very opportunity to speak to the other relevant questions also raised.
Thank you. Not very different, but maybe to just add the fact that I'm glad it comes from someone of your age, because then it's a guarantee that there's sustainability for this program. Like Engineer Sechitoleko has mentioned, we now have a board chaired by Honorable Migereko, who has been with us on this conference, and we've been doing a couple of site visits to see suitability of different partners. Maybe one of the key concerns that we get from the public is about market for materials. Of course, sometimes when we do overproduction, people have challenges with marketing their products like cassava, for instance. That is one of our key products. So there are farms we work with, but like doctors recommended, we shall have around the country sensitization on how people can work with this. The other thing where some changes have happened is the fact that initially we thought we would set up these places either at the port of entry to ensure all the fuel that comes into the country is blended. There are also options of having it in Kampala. So those are some of the issues we are discussing. But maybe as a last point to note that most of the fuel in the country is already blended with biofuels. The issue is about the percentages. So the country is coming up with the mandatory percentages. Doctor, again, I forget the percentage, if you remember. But anyway, there's a percentage that we are going for, all in ensuring we have cleaner fuel for the country. And like we've indicated, you can come to me or doctor for further engagement on the matter. Thank you. But again, in line with this particular panel, I think that could also be a nice area that we engage with UTB on how we can bring biofuels to the picture in addition to the other energy tourism potential sites. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lido. Mr. Charles?
Yeah, I wish to commend the lady from Makerere College for those insightful deliberations. The questions that you've asked, they are basically aspects that are trending for which we need solutions, and seeing a young person coming up with those challenging questions is humbling, and knowing that we're on the right trajectory to ensure that we live in a safer environment. But critical to note is that Uganda National Company is in advanced stages of undertaking a feasibility study to see how it can integrate biofuels in the white products or fuel products that will be produced at the refinery in Kabale in Hoima. But also we've been approached by Uganda Airlines, and they have told us that all airlines flying out of Europe from 2025 have to be fueled with sustainable aviation fuel. And that is increasing pressure on the service provider to ensure that the right fuel is actually supplied to the service, to those that need to utilize it. So certainly it's not something we can run away from, but rather embrace to ensure that we do the right things. But lastly, one of the concerns around biofuels revolves around competition with food. Some of the sources of these biofuels are actually actual food, and we know Uganda is currently grappling with competition for land around sugarcane growing and food. The temptation of people giving out big acreage of land to grow sugarcane has left some communities struggling to get daily food. The other concerns are around the non-food biofuel sources like jatropha, which is very intensive in soils where it's grown. It virtually sucks out all the nutrients, and it would take you a lot of time to utilize the same piece of land, say if you chose to revert back to normal agriculture. So feasibility studies are very critical because they look at all those options and anticipate risks and impacts and come up with mitigation measures before certain decisions are taken around such grand investments like fuel blending. So it's a journey that we've undertaken, and we are sure it will end us in a good place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charles. Time does truly fly. I would like to suggest as follows. We are here all day. The panelists will be more than happy to engage with you during the respective breaks or at any opportune moment. We're here to share, learn, and advise each other on best practices. Allow me now to invite the panelists in a minute or so to each give us their parting shot as we draw this discussion to a close. starting with, I think I'll start from the other side, then close with Dr. Litha. Yes, please.
Thank you, moderator, and thanks for the audience. Mine, I'll just say we've got very impressive times ahead of us. There's great potential to achieve much more value and sustainable development when we look at all that is available to us to harness. Energy tourism is just one of those, but tourism in a real sense provides very strong linkages to all sectors of the economy, and we've got great potential for transforming the economy through tourism and even generating much more value going forward. So I wish all of us a good deliberation through the day. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhumuza. Mr. Mwesije.
I agree with Didas about the great times ahead of us, but also the appreciation that this is a good time to live in Uganda because many things are happening very fast. The rate at which the energy sector is growing is to ensure that as we generate energy, it's accessible to everyone, and we are looking at universal energy access by 2030. Affordability, yes, the energy sources might be there, but we need also to access them, but also security, diversification to ensure that if I cannot tap energy from the solar source, I can get it from hydro, I can get it from gas, and that kind of variety. And it couldn't be a better time to live now to ensure that as we advocate for energy tourism, let those that are supposed to consume this energy be seen to directly benefit from energy tourism, but also the energy itself. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Mwesije. Ms. Kayongo, your parting shot.
Thank you. This was a great opportunity for the Uganda Tourism Board to present, but also to further advocate that tourism is everyone's business. It can interface with any sector, with anything, and you'll still make some money. And it's a renewable product, never depletes. So every day you can tour, you can be a tourist, or you can help someone be a tourist. And I'll evoke everyone in this room, please do not leave when you've not toured a place near Munyonyo. At least visit the Munyonyo Matters Basilica and know that I was in Munyonyo and there's a tourism experience that I still enjoyed. It's just at the roundabout, the Munyonyo roundabout. You could actually take a stroll or get a safe car at less than 5,000 shillings, or Munyonyo, the hotel could still make you find your way there. At least live with a new story, a new discovery about the environment and about our beautiful country, because Uganda is surely the pearl of Africa. Thank you.
Yes, so you could just take a stroll down to the waterfront. My parting shots, first of all, this for me gives a new outlook for renewable energy and energy in general, a very capital intensive resource or area that is looked at in a certain way, but the fact that we can actually be relevant, or we are relevant in other areas, and like she said earlier, there's a way she put it, the brains versus they don't buy into that. I think there are brains everywhere. I'm not an engineer, but I work with the engineers, and I think we need both worlds. But for me to appreciate that right from generation, distribution, and the different innovations, we didn't talk about the e-mobility that we are promoting. There's actually an e-mobility facility right in front of Amber House. So you could start with that, free of charge. Just take a stroll around Kampala Road and it's right there. So you're almost welcome. But for me, this is the direction to take, and to see that there are synergies we can build to promote energy tourism. And as Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, right from our offices in Entebbe, where we have the Minerals Department, we have a museum. There's a sample in the exhibition that shows you the different stones and the journey it makes to your neck or ears or whatever form you use it for. And again, the challenge has been the focus on schools, on education. Yes, that is tourism, but moving it to a broader range and making people know that we can do that beyond schools. As an individual, you can still engage with that. You can engage through UTB, you can engage through Ministry of Energy, and we can still be partners in ensuring that we enjoy this. And to appreciate that energy, beyond people feeling it takes taxpayers' money, we also generate income for you. So we encourage you to visit all these sites. Please start with Chigururok. Actually, Honorable Kadaga is in the place, the biggest promoter of that area where we are now going to have our nuclear plant. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Kindly join me in thanking our distinguished panelists today. Much appreciation to Dr. Patricia Litho, the Assistant Commissioner of Communication and PR at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the Environmental Manager, Uganda National Oil Company, and Mr. Muhumuza Daidas, the Senior Officer in charge of Stakeholder Management at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. We have been pleased to be able to present to you these topics, have them deliberated upon, and we hope that today you leave with a bit of information that adds on to the wealth that you already came with. Worth noting, there was a question or a concern that was raised that even at this particular conference, some people may leave without having noticed or realized or appreciated that we are by the lake. So allow me to announce that as we close the conference later today, there shall be a cocktail to close us off by the lake, so you'll be able to enjoy, merry-make, and enjoy the tourist attraction that we have here today. With that, I thank you, and I wish you a great rest of the day.
I think there's also an appreciation from the ushers, just for each of the panelists. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Camera crew. Well, anyway, but at least we have the gifts coming through. All right, so we're going to be taking a tea break, and you can have yourself coffee and a bite in Speak Ballroom, where we were yesterday. So I don't know if the back doors are open. You can make your way through there, or just take the elevator to the first floor, and you'll be able to get yourself a bite there. We'd like to be back. It's now 11:15. If we can be back by 11:30, that would be appreciated. Thank you very much.
Smart 24, driving business.
Say hello to Kevin.
He is just beyond words.
Your ultimate BFF for football nights.
He is the man that you just cannot silence. Oh, it's another classic.
Kevin, what's your secret to always being this happy?
Easy. It's GoTV Super Plus.
Well, there you have it. Upgrade like Kevin and enjoy more for less. Go TV Super Plus, now at a reduced price. Level up your entertainment and savings. Go TV, love it.
Are you a woman entrepreneur or a woman owning a business and looking for affordable financing to scale up your business? Look no further than the Grow Loan. Grow Loan targets female entrepreneurs nationwide. Key features include a minimum loan amount of 4 million and a maximum loan amount of 200 million shillings, a maximum interest rate not exceeding 10.5% per annum, a loan repayment period not exceeding 24 months. All Grow Loan borrowers must comply with the Grow Project environmental and social standards. Special incentives are available for borrowers that are refugees or from the refugee host communities, people living with disabilities, and women entrepreneurs from the underserved or minority groups. To apply, contact any of the 6 participating financial institutions. Contact us for more information or visit our website at www.grow.go.ug. The Grow Loan is an intervention under the Grow Project, a Government of Uganda project financed by the World Bank and implemented by the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development and the Private Sector Foundation Uganda. Grow, generating growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises.
Winning requires the stamina of a lion. But most importantly, it requires that you carry that water up the top of the hill. However, you must use a spoon. Take the water now. Go, run, climb up the hill in 72 spoons. Faster, go, go. Winning is hard, but with MTN Momo, it's easy. Simply pay or shop with Momo for a chance to win mobile money every day. Use the Momo app or dial *165*3#.
This is Jordan. When it comes to classwork, Jordan is magic. Jordan shines. Jordan makes his peers better. Jordan is a true leader. White Star Magic family. Be a leader. Be magic.
Will be joining us in the next 5 or so minutes. But again, just a request, especially those on the sides, if we could just close into the center. Those at the back, if you can move forward. It's a polite request, especially from the camera crew, just for the aesthetics. So I'll kindly request that we comply. Thank you very much. If we can just move forward and occupy these seats. Even the tables are yours, so don't hesitate. Thank you for your compliance. We'll be having cultural leaders joining us in the next thank you. Those at the back, if we can move. My friends from Marcos, I love though those ones in particular, I might move you, but I like the enthusiasm. So we'll probably keep the front row free. We can start to sit from the second row, if that's okay. Those at the back, if we can just close in a little bit, just close in a little bit. Some of us are in the Kamori at the very end. Even in your WhatsApp groups, you're in the Kamori. Come to where the activity is. And those of you who are concerned about the AC, we've asked them to turn it off. It can be quite cold. I hope that is much better. So the traditional team is going to give us an extra song or two. And in a short while, I'll be back to just acknowledge the arrival of the minister, some cultural leaders, Honorable Kadaga, to mention but a few. Baraka team, over to you.
Uganda, blessed with nature's bounty, is on a journey towards a greener tomorrow. From solar and hydropower to wind and biomass, Uganda.
Very shortly, we're going to be joined by the Honorable Minister of State and Honorable Kadaga as well. We are also graced with the presence of His Royal Highness, the King of Burundi. They're going to be joining us here. We've been talking about clean cooking and all of this. The Minister and the Honorables are actually going to demonstrate and cook using the things we've been talking about here in real time. So just to buy a few more minutes while we set up for that, and let's see if indeed the things we've been talking about, can these e-cooking appliances cook beans, to mention but a few. So I'll allow the culture team just to carry on with some more entertainment, and in the next 5 to 10 minutes we should be ready to start cooking with our dignitaries. Thank you very much. Over to you, Baraka.
Bigger round of applause for the Baraka cultural dancers and the next session, which is championing clean energy access through Minister of State for Energy, Honorable Okasai Opolot. Ladies and gentlemen, also joining us and representing the Isaba ruling, looking for a king, you clap with energy. To attend to, but she's taken some time to go through. But we're going to carry on as planned, and just like when the delegates are actually going to demonstrate. But before we do that, allow me invite energies. I believe we have Madas in the next set of affairs.
The Honorable Minister of State for Energy, Honorable Santin, the Isaba Ruli of Buruli, the Isaba Nyala of, yes, this is going to be an exciting session. Welcome you all to the next session on championing clean, high-level representation from the Andrew Kawanguzi, who is the CEO of the from Buganda Kingdom. So this session is forming livelihoods of their communities, how they perceive things, their strategic institute and sustainable exploitation, management the representatives from the cultural institutions towards planned and ongoing clean energy initiative, as well as, of course, opportunities for fostering clean educations and public affairs coordinator at Total Energy. Me, because I am also of royal lineage and therefore Yoga Kingdom. I will be invited about potential partners can target to support the program, which will involve prepared by the leaders themselves. So please prepare your stuff. So on that note, I would like to invite Mr. make his presentation. Thank you.
From Busoga and institutions in the promotion, but globally. Just to give a reference in this particular initiative, where we come from, man can change moment to, first of all, extend my sincere appreciation in the culture institutions and initiatives. In brief, I'd like to start by saying, I relay my greeting. Lusoga, we say Kodeo. It's an island within a landlocked, but also 11 central government districts. That's our Majesty, the King who heads the royal, as well as the Luchiko, which is parliament, that are held in the transformation. And that's the brief demographics of the kingdom. Area in square kilometers of, what does that mean? There's a lot of pressures, and as a result, we have the poorest, but up for discussion. But because of the high pressure on natural resources, we faced poor health and sanitation. We have environmental challenges in the kingdom. As per the photo, it's mortality rate as a result, property loss due to uncontrolled fires. Mandated by the Constitution only if we promote sustainability. But in the interest of time, I'll try to rush through. So, what has the Chabazinga of Busoga done? Along the different an SPV called the Chabazinga Initiative Economic Transformation. That is the current leadership of the 360 angle of public education, ICT and sports, infrastructure and industrialization, is environmental conservation, clean energy, and under the able and wise leadership of the king. And here we speak to not exploited so much. Land located in Busoga, we have a lot of an uptake of clean energy. He's really been limited in the past. That we need involved. Let's go to the next slide. And clean energy initiative is because, like it said, when you empower women, then you empower an engagement during which we're getting support and clean cooking programs in the community, buy-in and increased purchase and installation of, then inclusive decision making. Very easy to get a buy-in of the locals or the population, to give it to the wise guidance of the ministry. We have programs where we intend to partners. If they find ready information, then they know when and how to approach the different programs they have. Our facilities, like we all know, we don't institutions and any other development agencies to financing arrangements so that our locals or increase sustainability of the energy markets in the kingdom. What are we doing to date as a kingdom? We are promoting and partaking in different government programs. Like the previous slide, you saw when the Ministry of Energy was actually handing over a clean cooking solution similar to what we have before us. And in that, of course, we use the different platforms that we have in the kingdom to relay the information. We purposely partake in the different engagements by development partners. On the right, we're attending and interesting. That is the outgoing High Commissioner, the British High Commissioner to Uganda, and it is in such activities that when we're trying to encourage and interest them to partner with us to drive the agenda of the date. We welcome private partners to come and partake on the advantages in the kingdom by using the different infrastructure that is already relayed and with the ultimate aim of promoting clean energy. Partnerships and benchmarking programs, we travel to see and appreciate where success stories are, and then we come and replicate, but also are welcome to the different partners that would like to come and benchmark from what we've already done so that we can have a uniform goal. We've purposely improved literacy because one of the biggest challenges is a mindset change. But I believe when someone is a bit exposed to different levels of education, it becomes a little easier to influence and interest them in uniform goals. So the kingdom seeks out different scholarship programs, primarily to empower people so that they can come back into the kingdom and promote the different development programs, purposely for this afternoon, clean cooking energy. Then we promote technical education through lobbying. We have an institution called Gabler Foundation. Every year, we produce close to 15,000 graduates, and these are trained in physical skills that help in improving the livelihood. Let's move to the next one. In the interest of time, I'll try to summarize. That's one of the examples of the private partners that we've interested to bring on board. We have the company right here this afternoon. We are putting together a partnership where All Green will come and participate in the implementation of the clean cooking and clean energy programs. Those are some of the activities they are looking out to do with ourselves. We intend to set up a joint briquette factory that will help in improving the environment by taking out the organic matter to make it much more productive. Then setting up an assembly plant that will be putting together clean cooking energy stoves and use clean energy sources like the hydrogen. Setting up a technical unit that then will be doing technology and knowledge transfer. And this, in the long run, we plan to integrate it in reverse or backward to the Chabazinga Technical Institute that is already really available. Of course, this we shall be working closely with the different government institutions to ensure that we are within the guidance of the government legislation. Let's progress. Time, okay. Let's rush it. Those are the other engagements with other partners that are coming on board. And we've engaged the different development partners. We have discussions taking place with the British High Commission. We've reached out to the Danish Embassy. Of course, we've had extensive discussions with the ministry and then various development partners for the interest of promoting clean energy in the kingdom. If you look at those photos, it should really, really, really touch us. The upper one on the left shows a school that is using a firewood to prepare food. Then on the right you see someone trying to ferry charcoal for business, and that shows the extent of damage that is happening to the environment. Previously, those were the limitations that we're having, and as a king, he's an ambassador of conservation, and something special, the Inevantu, who in loose translation is the Queen of Usoga, has offered herself to be an ambassador for clean cooking, not only within the kingdom, but across the country. And in summary, that picture shows, on the previous slide, shows that wherever the king gets to engage, they are really promoting conservation and clean cooking. Thank you so much, and I appreciate looking forward to further engagements.
Thank you so much, Mr. Andrew Kawanguzi. Please, let's give him a louder round of applause. It was an interesting presentation because I know many people here are interested in finding out areas they can collaborate with not only Busoga Kingdom, but also the rest of the kingdoms. However, because we were trying to keep up with time, I had to remind him of the limited time we have. However, please do reach out to him and the other leaders if you would like, if you found something interesting during his presentation or the ones coming up, please reach out to them and discuss areas for further collaboration. Now, for the next session, as you will notice, I was planned to be the only female up here, and yet we are discussing a subject that is very dear to us, the ladies, which is clean cooking. So what we decided to do is to make things a bit more interesting. The gentlemen who are coming up, or not only are they cultural leaders, they're also heads of the different families. So the idea is to give them a taste of what it feels like to cook with these new technologies, so they can possibly go back and ensure that not only are their homes adopting this technology, but even the communities that they head. So at this point in time, I would like to invite Honorable Minister Okasai to lead His Royal Highness, the Isaba Ruli, and His Royal Highness, the Isaba Nyala, the Rot of Acholi, David Otieno, Ann Young, Mr. Kawanguzi, you will come back again, and Mr. Alex Katusabe, who will take us through a quick demonstration of how this technology works. And while they're doing that, because it takes a bit of time, our panel will take on a whole new different setup, I will pose questions to the discussants who will come up one by one to take us through what they would have shared with us if they were seated in front of you. So, Honorable Minister, I welcome you to the stage. Are you ready? Good. Okay. And you will tell us what each of you is preparing, just so we know.
Your Royal Highnesses, before me, the cultural leaders, His Royal Highness Mwogesi Constantine Isabaruli, who is here. I also have His Royal Highness retired Major Kimese Impengi Isabanyala. I have a representative of the Busoga Kingdom who has just been presenting what the kingdom is for. I also have a representative of the Buganda Kingdom. He's seated here. And then I have Rod Collins Atiku, a representative of Achole Kingdom, Chiefdom. This is a great opportunity for us to demonstrate what these new technologies can achieve in our cultural settings. So I would wish to appreciate the representatives of the various cultural institutions. I know we have several of them, but this is a trust that the cultural institutions have given to the programs of government. I would request you to applaud the cultural institutions. What the ministry and government is doing is actually to bring everybody to use clean cooking methodologies. And the presence of the cultural institutions are actually demonstrating that we are prepared to move as a country from dirty cooking, dirty energy, and these dirty energies are actually destroying our environment. Uganda is rich in everything. As the saying goes, Uganda is rich but poor. You say anything about energy, a source of energy in Uganda, we have it. We are moving slowly. Currently, predominantly, we are using hydro. But we have other potentials that are available to us. We have the sun. There is no country which is as gifted with the sources of energy. The sun every day rises, and we see it setting, and we continue using charcoal and fuel wood for cooking. This must change. We have geothermal. When you go to the Rift Valley, the Western Rift Valley, we have sources of power which God has given us underground. You hear about the hot springs in Western Uganda. Those are sources of energy. We have the wind. When you go to the high peaks of the mountains, you actually have enough wind to generate clean energy. We are also rich in the West in our sugarcane factories. We can go for cogeneration of electricity. We also have now the biomass, and fortunately for us, we also have fossil fuels, the oil. But out of that oil, we can actually get liquefied petroleum gas. So what we are going to do here is to demonstrate how we can use the technologies that we have heard about. And we are going to use these technologies for actually demonstrating that we can cook even our traditional foods using the available clean cooking technologies. So we actually, this forum is not about talk. My panelists are actually going to get involved with cooking. So you'll be surprised, I'm going to invite the Royal Highnesses to be with me to do the cooking. And this sends a message across to the whole country that the cultural institutions are working with the government for, one, conservation of our natural resources. The cultural institutions are actually responsible for conserving the natural resources for the benefit of their people. So this is what we are going to demonstrate. We are going to cook using the clean technologies, clean energy technologies, to conserve our environment, to conserve the natural resources, and this will actually cause a transformation of our people. This is for meaningful economic transformation. And we're also going to demonstrate these technologies are useful for health. These technologies are also going to enhance productivity. Productivity, especially of the women who spend so much time. I saw during the presentation of His Royal Representative of Kyabasinga, he was showing firewood, he was showing charcoal. We will have to move away from those technologies. So I'm told what we are going to demonstrate cooking is goat stew. And we're also going to prepare posho for eating with the goat stew. And then there is kalo. What about matoki? Pardon? There is pumpkins. So we are going to demonstrate cooking those various items, and we shall invite you to eat, to test the cooking of the Royal Highnesses of this country. So with this, I now invite Your Royal Highness to come over. You can say a word. Representative of Chibantu has already talked. The representative of the Kabaka of Buganda, and the representative of the chiefdom of Acholi. I invite you to the stage. We shall sit there and we shall do the cooking. So this is a practical demonstration of what we can do in support with the government program of moving from dirty energy, using fuel, using charcoal, using fossil fuels. We want everybody to move into clean cooking. I'll tell you a little bit. The representative of Chabasinga said only 7% of the population of Busoga is using clean energy. I'll give you the national picture. Currently, we are producing over 2,000 megawatts of electricity. This came to reality at the beginning of this year when we commissioned Karuma hydropower station, which is producing 600 megawatts. Now, including the others, we now have over 2,000 megawatts. And to show you where we are, although we are producing 2,000 megawatts, our peak utilization of electricity is only at about 900 megawatts. That shows we have slightly more than what is available for the country. I now challenge your Royal Highnesses to promote the use of electricity in our various areas. And the technologies, those other sources, you are rich in them wherever you come from. And we have got to see how we can move our population to where we would wish them to be for meaningful economic transformation of our country. So with this, I invite the Royal Highnesses to the stage. I know we are eager to hear them talk. They will greet you traditionally first. And when the Royal Highness takes a stage, I request you to stand up.
Musibire Mutiai, that is our Chiruli language. Mwebale kuiza, mwebale kutusanyukira, mwebale muno.
I would want each one of them to say why. That's a word from Acholi.
Kopango. Apoy. I'm Rod Collins Mutu Atiko. I'm the Deputy Lawirwedi or Paramount Chief for Acholi. And I'm presenting the cultural institution here. This is my second attendance for this conference. And I think it's very important that we utilize the information that we have here. I want to thank the minister, the sponsors, and the supporters, the attendees, and the development partners that are here, and the private sectors that are looking to promote the products that we or the appliances that we can use. Thank you very much.
Next is His Royal Highness the retired Major Kimesi of Isabanyala.
So Honorable Minister, His Highness Isabalori, representatives of various kingdoms present, all of the dignitaries around, Ella, I should say we're really grateful that you have invited us here for this renewable energy that really we should embrace, all of us, where we come from, as we fight to safeguard and preserve our environment. Like we're hearing from the north, brother of mine has talked about, there has been a very big problem of charcoal being ferried from the northern region. But at least we're happy that the leaders in the north have said no, and they are seriously curbing on the felling of trees in that business of charcoal. Now that Honorable Minister, really you have put this program in place, we should ensure that really our people cope up and move away from that traditional way of cooking. Thank you so much.
So next is Mugambwa Everest Kisito, representing the Buganda Kingdom.
Basebo ne bannyabo
Ssaabasajja Kabaka abatumidde. Nsanyuse nnyo okubalaba era neesiimye okubeera nammwe leero ku mukolo ogufaanana bwe gutyo ogutali gwa bulijjo. From the Buganda Kingdom, as we have always done, we have created a lot of awareness about clean energy, and today, since we are collaborating with our central government, we are going to discuss more on how to make it affordable. Thank you very much.
So next is Alex Katushabe, a representative of Bunyoro Kingdom. You should create a seat for him in front.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm proud to be part of this initiative. As Bunyoro Kingdom, we support the Clean Energy Initiative, given the upcoming activities or ongoing activities of oil and gas, and we are proud to be part of the promoters of the clean energy in Uganda.
I will reintroduce the chief cook today. Ms. Andrew Kawangusi, the chief executive of Chabasinga Initiatives. He's already dressed, ready to cook.
And equally, the appetite is already up. Please also set your appetite up. I've been here before. My name is Andrew Kawanguzi, and just to relay again the message from His Majesty the King for appreciating the ministry and the different program organizers and sponsors for this event, and also commit the kingdom's, relay the kingdom's commitment to this program, because through clean energy, then we can give assurance of sustainability for both ourselves, but also the generations to come. I once again relay the greetings from My Majesty the King, Busoga, Mwenem, William Wilberforce Gabula, Nadiope, and Mama Inebantu Jovia Kutes. Thank you so much. We look forward to joining us as we take a test.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, just to offer some guidance on what's going to be happening. Today we are real gender inclusive. Men have taken over. You can take your seats for now. The cooking exercise will not be more than 10 minutes. And of course, what they are cooking might not be enough to serve all of us, unless we have a miracle like in the days of Jesus, where 5 loaves and fish were able to feed everyone. So what's going to happen is we'll allow them to kickstart the cooking. I don't know if we need some ladies on ground to supervise just in case the men burn the food. But we have some ladies on standby. I know in our midst we have Madame Sarah Nafula, who is the Commissioner Nuclear, on standby. She's going to be coming to supervise. We also have Honorable Olivia, a minister from Buruli, who is also around. And they'll just pass around and make sure the men are doing the right thing. But men are actually the best chefs in the world if you do your research. So we'll allow them to kickstart the cooking using technology. And I can see the minister getting a serious briefing. If you've been used to charcoal, you might not know what to do here. And in case you're wondering, they are making chicken, goat's meat, and kalo. And we also have pumpkin in suju. And so once they put the cooking, and I don't know whether you press play or what, We have a mic on standby just to guide you. Would you like to talk us through what's happening there?
Yeah, sure, I'll do that. On here, we have, this is the screen, which is able to tell you the numbers you've put in, and it has on the menu. So if you're cooking meat, you simply place the meat. If we're doing rice, if we're doing matoke, so anything that you're going to put there has a name. So you simply put everything together and you do that. In there, the gentleman wants to cook beans. So you put, you're doing kalo. Kalo, you need to be, maybe we switch positions because the saucepan for kalo is over there. This is too deep for beans. Okay, so beans is here. It's already set. It's on 00. All you have to do is put in your onions and everything because it has to be fried. Yeah, and then you show us your skills. We don't have to tell you how to do it. Then on the last one is kalo. Maybe we can check what's in here. Okay, we're going to do sauce first because kalo will come later with the rest of the food because it cools down very quickly. All right, so game on. Okay, this challenge is saying, I too can cook. So we believe that tradition says only women can cook, but we're trying to change the trend and say with this quick pot, even I can cook. And maybe you could say that in your own words.
You see, for a long time I've been looking at them to prepare food. I'm actually going to demonstrate I can also cook.
Obugalo, obugalo, obugalo.
And today I'm going to cook goat meat. And I'm going to mix it with tomatoes, carrots, onions. I'm hesitant to add pepper because I have got to take care of my client. She may not enjoy the pepper. So I'm going to put the basic ones. So what I have here is, can you hold this? So I have goat meat. I'm going to put it first.
Let the cooking begin.
There's enough people to eat, you can put all of it. And this is food we're going to eat after you've made, so you make sure it's good.
Can you imagine? All of you will taste my food. I'm going to put all this meat. Each one of you can take a piece of meat to judge, actually to have confidence in me that I can also cook. There is a hand up. You are questioning my ability to cook. I'm not going to accept questions. Let me do the cooking.
All right. The minister is, God's meat. After this, he might open a restaurant.
So before I put everything, I'm actually going to start heating it, such that the food gets a pan which is warm. So that's for meat. You see, I'm not going to put oil because at my age, I eat healthy. The chiefs eat healthy, no oil. So I'm putting next
tomatoes. Why are you laughing? Honorable, why are these people doubting your skills? This is Okasai and Sons restaurant.
To make it tasty, I'm going to put onions.
Onions. Are you laughing at the portions? Why are you laughing? The women are not doubting you, Honorable.
And lastly, I'm going to put carrots.
can see some people salivating.
I know many of you are going to ask, what about salt?
Exactly.
I'm also going to put salt.
Honorable, don't put too much.
I'm going to be very careful when I'm putting salt.
Honorable, when you're whispering, don't whisper on the mic. We shall hear. But it's good to consult. Honorable, honorable, honorable. Hey, hey. God bless all of us.
I'm also going to put spices.
Oh. Ayabas.
I'm going to add the seasoning.
Seasoning. Some women are in doubt. I can hear rumors on the ground there, but we shall see at the end.
Can I get?
What is cooking if you don't have a mingling stick?
So it is actually sizzling. I wonder whether you are hearing. Can you see steam?
We might not be able to see it, but it's starting to steam. Out here. While the minister is cooking, we'll encourage that we
so
get...
I'm very comfortable. My food is going to cook well. I can, there's no adding water because all this food have got water in it. And the steam is coming, and now I'm going to cover. I could already feel the smell. It is really going to be good food. If you miss it, you'll have missed my cooking.
Okay, as he covers, what we've done, you could notice that the numbers were not moving because this is an electric pressure cooker. Unless you seal it, the numbers are not going to change. It's just going to warm up. So now we're going to seal it to make sure the heat is... Hold on. So now it will start to count down, and your session starts now.
How
So
many
you can
minutes
take a
are we
seat.
looking at for the meat?
So we can give him a hand of, and then you can take a seat.
Minutes, I'll come back to serve.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think for the rest, we're going to do it simultaneously, and we'll ask the ladies who have come to support to guide and support the king and the dignitaries present so that we can simultaneously prepare. Honorable, we are looking forward to your God's meat. And while this is happening, I'll ask the DJ to just give us some music. Once we are done here, we're going to be ushering us to lunch. We'll sample here, then you'll go for a proper meal that should be able to fill your stomach. So I'll ask for the support, if we can support.
Like my elder brother, I want to really make it healthy and make sure it's all inclusive for all ages. So we're going to maintain boiled.
I think you should fry. We should see the other side of it.
Okay, so what we do then is we first put the chicken. Ideally, I wanted to soften it first, but we shall start by frying. You first wait for it to heat up a bit.
You don't have to wait. It's already ready. So just go ahead.
So we shall add onions to get the best flavor out of it.
All of it.
All of it. guarantee that please set the appetite. From what I see here, things are really going to come off nice.
So, and we can be having the beans as well. Okay, this is for you. Yeah, no, I just wanted it to warm up, so we can go ahead.
Mine is a bit simple. Being an octo-vegetarian, I'm going to prepare beans. Here we are. I'll start with the onions. Then, before pouring the beans inside, I have to mix it a bit for about a minute or two.
Okay, maybe as they go, this is their first experience, and this is called I Too Can Cook Main Challenge. So, disclaimer, anything that you don't like in the food they cook, you'll have to forgive.
I place the beans. Oh, sorry, I skipped the tomatoes. Tomatoes first. Then I go for the beans. The carrots, not later.
You seem to like the beans. Wait.
Obugalo, you need to hype our...
We're mixing now the carrots.
So meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who want to stay and watch and see how this comes together, you're welcome to stay. But we have also opened for lunch officially. So some of the other breakout rooms have been dismissed for lunch. You're also welcome to go for lunch. After lunch, we have the closing remarks and we'll have speeches from the different representatives here. But if you're curious to stay and see and taste Okasai and Sons restaurant, God's Meat, and to mention but a few, you're welcome to stay. Otherwise, lunch is officially opened as well, and would like to release you. But from the look of it, some of you saw a lot of salt going in the God's Meat, and you want to taste it yourselves. So you're welcome to stay and watch. Thank you.
Members, please take note of the chicken and mind your tongues. Now I go for the beans.
We can also see the chicken. And this chicken is from Busoga. Members want to see.
So now we are going to cover but it's already looking yummy. We're now going to cover, and the cooker automatically times. So we're giving it 15 minutes. Once it's done, then I'll be back to serve.
Thank you very much. Of course, as you can see, His Royal Highness is cooking with his eyes.
So it has to be sealed completely, and what makes it cook quickly is because of the pressure and contained heat. So there's no pressure escaping or the steam escaping, and that's what makes it cook quickly. So we're going to put it down, and it says 15 minutes, but hopefully it's going to do less than that. So we're going to do kalo next. We're going to do your kalo here. Yes. So it's okay. You're going to do kalo.
Can we clap for our chefs? And in about 7 or less minutes, less than 10 minutes, we'll welcome you to test and sample some of their cooking.
We are making kalo next. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as the food is cooking, our Royal Highnesses and representatives from the cultural institutions will take a tour around as the food cooks. And then when we get back into the afternoon session, everybody, including themselves, will be able to taste what they have cooked. We're just preparing one last item. we're preparing bear in acholi, which is the other name for kalo. Ladit seems to be very experienced at making it. He doesn't seem to need any guidance from the team.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm making kalo. And when you're making kalo, the water must boil first. And then when you add the flour, you have to have spare hot water ready in case you need to add water. You cannot add cold water. You add cold water, it will take long and the taste will not be good. So the reason why I have these 3 small dishes of hot water. I want this thing to boil properly before I start mingling it. Kalo is a little bit complicated. It's not like posho or matoko, which is very easy to make. I'm now mixing the color. It's okay. And I want it to mix well so that there are no white lumps in them, flour lumps in them. I'm still continuing to mingle it so that the lumps disappear and it cooks properly.
Looks like it had more cassava. Was it the red cassava?
You know, the good thing, this saucepan is very good. It doesn't stick, so it makes it easy to work the calor properly. It's a non-stick, is a Teflon coated saucepan, so it doesn't stick. And if you see, you put it close, it's beginning to get ready because you can see it lifts off the bottom of the saucepan. Now it lifts off. That means it's getting ready. almost ready. No. It's very easy. No. From flour to brown. If it is Porsche, it would have been ready a long time ago, but color takes a little bit better. Yeah. So now, the water that... Yeah, you can put in a foil. Now, I need this hot water a little bit to make it the top smooth. Yeah, you can leave it here. Turn it off. You don't hurry. That's what I was telling you. You don't hurry the car. Yeah, good. Excellent. Yeah.
highest that there can be.
Good afternoon. I trust you have had a sumptuous meal. Allow me to invite those in the exhibition area to kindly make their way back to the plenary as we reconvene to get into the grand closing. All those in the plenary area, all those that are still not settled, I invite you to come, assume your seats as we get ready for the last session, and then we get into the closing of the 3-day conference. afternoon again. Allow me to invite you back. I hope we have had our fill of the meals offered today. Just to let you know, we're going into the closing session of the 3-day Renewable Energy Conference 2025 Expo. I believe it has been an exhilarating opportunity for a number of you. I hope you have taken time to network. I hope you've taken time to walk through the exhibition. There are a number of innovations, new technologies that you may want to interest yourselves in that can not only make your lives easier by alleviating what we know as energy poverty, but then also enhance your well-being accordingly. I want to again invite all people that are still in the exhibition area to please make your way to the gallery, the main hall, as we prepare for what promises to be a riveting session. We're going to hear from our media partners not long from now on the topic Media as a Partner and Catalyst for Universal Energy Access. Our panelists are ready. Our chairperson is here. We now simply wish to invite you all to assume your seats. As you do so, please bear in mind that after the closing ceremony, we have prepared what we hope will be a memorable takeaway in form of a cocktail that will take place at the Lakeside Gardens. So please assume your seats. We should be resuming shortly. And now let me invite the media team to play some highlights as we wait to begin. numbers are picking up, well and good. I kindly request as you come in, let's try and occupy the middle column first and the seats in front of you, so that the visuals are those that you'd want to share. Those still in the exhibition area, please make your way to the plenary. We're about to resume. We wouldn't want to miss what the media fraternity, the fourth estate as it were, has to share with us and how they intend to promote energy and ensure that through that platform we can get closer to universal access. So please make your way to the plenary. We should be resuming soon.
Driving business.
Another round of applause. That was indeed an exciting performance. And it also made me wonder if I put myself to the test, if I'd be able to do half of what they did. Welcome back. We are resuming. Again, this is a last call for those still in the exhibition area. Please make your way to the plenary. We are now embarking on our afternoon session, which stands to be our final segment of this 2024 Renewable Energy Conference and Expo. Allow me now to invite the chairperson that's going to take us through this particular segment, and she'll then give us a few words just to set context, and beyond that, invite our panelists to then share with us ideas and speak to the topic, media as a partner and catalyst for universal energy access. So kindly put your hands together to invite and welcome Dr. Patricia Litho to the stage, the Assistant Commissioner at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development in charge of communications and PR. Dr. Litho, you're most welcome.
Engineer, I think you've enjoyed the conference and expo so much you're making yourself a ministry. I was going to say Ministry of Renewable Energy, but we welcome that. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for honoring this session on media as a partner and catalyst for universal energy access. I think this conference wouldn't be done without the Fourth Estate being here. Why we've put this together is because media plays an instrumental role in creating traction for specific topics, with a choice to report on an issue or not. The media could decide what to cover or not. They put things on the societal agenda, often influencing the focus of a political debate. Apart from determining the subject, media and opinion makers also steer the debate. They not only raise public awareness, they also influence public opinion. This public opinion and subsequent action can be the final tipping point or even a driving force for decision makers to act. It has boosted, for instance, pressure on government, international institutions, and businesses to invest in energy access and environmental stewardship. Ladies and gentlemen, media also enhances two-way communication between policymakers and its citizens. So in this conference, we are pushing for partnership in promoting renewable energy. The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development is promoting its energy transition plan, which is an energy mix. So for today, we have quite a powerful team representing the media in Uganda. I know some people, you've only heard of their names and not seen their faces. Today is the opportunity. Others, you know of them. And in no particular order of reference, since they're all dear to me, I will start with one of our players in the sector, Mr. Jonan Chiza. Jonan is a professional journalist, media educator, radio guru, public relations and communication professional who has spent over 8 years in energy communication. Jonan has a bachelor's degree in mass communication, an MA in journalism and media studies. He is a member of the Global Investigative Journalism Network, so I hope we are in safe hands. He's a member of the Public Relations Association of Uganda, PRAO, and the Government Communication Forum, GCOF. Jonan is currently the spokesperson for the Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited, UEDCL. Jonan, it's actually strategic to get to know Jonan right now, because come next year in March, he's taking over Umeme, so that's how powerful he is. Jonan holds a Bachelor of Mass, oh yeah, I think I've said that, what Jonan holds. So we are happy to have Jonan today, who will give us insight on why media is a strategic partner. Next, I have Mr. Frederick Musisi. Frederick Musisi is a multimedia journalist currently working with the National Media Group Uganda subsidiary, particularly Daily Monitor and NTV, where he heads the investigations special projects desk. He has written extensively about the extractives, particularly oil and gas, and broken most of the industry's sources during the last decade. Maybe to add more recently, Jonan supported a special project where he produced the Karuma Souvenir Magazine, a very, very prestigious product. Thanks, Frederick Musisi, and you're most welcome. Next, I would like to invite Miss Gloria Sebikari. I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly. Gloria is the manager corporate affairs with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, that most of us know as PAO, and has worked in the oil and gas industry for over 14 years. She's previously worked with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and the National Social Security Fund, powerful brands behind Gloria. Ms. Sebikari holds the Master of Science in Social Responsibility and Energy from the Robert Gordon University, Aberdeen, Scotland, a bachelor's degree in mass communication from Makerere, and a postgraduate diploma in project planning and management. I must mention that Gloria is a distinction student. I know that she's always acing distinctions and first classes, so we're in good hands. She holds several qualifications in extractives and sustainable development, change management, and Foundation of Government Communication Leadership, UNESCO, among others. Ms. Sebikari is a member of the Public Relations Association of Uganda and the Chartered Institute of Public Relations. You're most welcome, Gloria. I know on the poster you saw we had expected Sarah Kajingo. She's unable to be with us for medical reasons. But I'm sure I have a powerful team with me. And of course, we have our keynote address speaker. Our keynote address speaker, some of you are expecting Don Wanyama, but we even have a better alternative. Please put your hands together for Mr. I hope I pronounced this right. Miria Babanga Sydney, a seasoned journalist and media strategist. I call him often. Sydney will be our keynote address speaker. With over 2 decades of journalism experience, he possesses deep expertise in research-based solutions. Sydney's expertise has been applied through partnerships with government agencies and non-government agencies targeting poverty reduction and sustainable development through research-informed strategies. Currently, Sydney holds the Special Projects Hub at the Vision Group, a position in which he oversees content creation and design for specialized publications and events that drive advertising revenue. So I think Sydney is the guy to get to know. As a member of the editorial board, he pens the newspaper's weekly editorial opinion and provides strategic thought leadership. His editorial expertise extends to topical issues, shaping public discourse, and informing policy. A wise man once told me, ask and you'll receive. So I'm asking Mr. Editor, sir, that we have an opinion about this conference next week. Thank you. Notably, Sydney has extensively edited news and feature articles on renewable energy, fostering public awareness and engagement on sustainable energy solutions. His expertise in this field makes him a sought-after voice in the conversation on energy, access, and sustainability. Sydney has expanded his expertise to encompass climate change, driving impactful initiatives that promote sustainability. Notably, he coordinated the acclaimed Green Schools Initiative, a nationwide program implemented in partnership with the Food and Agriculture Organization and the Embassy of Sweden in Uganda. Over the past few years, this groundbreaking initiative has spanned 10 regions across Uganda, reaching nearly 200 schools and fostering environmental awareness and education among thousands of students, teachers, and local communities. Through this initiative, Sydney has demonstrated his commitment to mitigating climate change, promoting eco-friendly practices, and empowering future generations to become stewards of environment. He is passionate for media innovation and research. He holds a master's degree in international relations and diplomatic studies and a postgraduate diploma in investigative journalism from Makerere University. He has taught emerging journalists and international relations at various universities, including Victoria University, and continues to engage in research and guest lecturing. You're most welcome, Sydney, to this forum. I don't know why engineer didn't introduce me properly, so now that I have this spot, I'll introduce myself. I'm Dr. Patricia Litho. Assistant Commissioner for Communication at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development with over 23 years of experience in the field of media and communication. I'm currently a board chair at the Vision Group. Board chair? Prediction. Board member. Apologies. But I was a board chair at the Uganda Media Women's Association very recently, and I'm really excited to be chairing this panel. Please don't quote that. I think that's a prophecy. And now, I take this opportunity to welcome our keynote address speaker. Please put up your hands together for Sydney Maria Babanga to give us the keynote address, and then we'll go to the panel. You're most welcome.
Good afternoon. Allow me to put this down. I will start my address by asking a question. Who can tell me what this is? Hazard a guess. Who can tell me what this is? She says it's a briefcase, but there's something inside. Typewriter. I'll just open it so that you can get to see where we are. How many of you would have guessed this is a typewriter? You can come and take a look at it. Yes, we can. She was right. She actually cheated because she must have had a similar equipment before. I had hoped somebody from the audience would be able to give us that answer. But many of you are not alone. This is a manual typewriter which formed the backbone of journalism a few decades ago. As a rookie reporter, it is what I used to type my stories. Those were the days before computers, when we either wrote or typed our stories using this trusty machine. But there was another challenge. Getting our stories to the newsroom fast required that you had to send your story using a fax machine, which was only at the post office. Even so, we had a bigger hurdle: energy poverty. Our town relied on a thermal generator that operated from 7 to 10 p.m. Only a few institutions like UNHCR and International Care International could afford to run their generators for much longer. Fast forward, today, I am thrilled that the story for rookie journalists like me then in West Nile has dramatically changed. With a connection now, with the region now connected to the national grid, access to energy has opened up new possibilities for them. This is why I am excited to talk about media as a partner and catalyst for universal energy access. The media's role in shaping public perception, influencing policy, and holding leaders accountable is crucial in addressing energy poverty. As we strive to achieve SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, by 2030, the media's role as a partner and catalyst cannot be overstated. But let's take a look at some figures that would help us put some of these things in context. About 7.4 million households, that is 77% of total households, lack electricity access in Uganda. Uganda aims to increase electricity access to 60% of the population by 2030. And 40% of Uganda's population uses solar energy, and 60% of Uganda's energy is generated from renewable sources. It goes without saying that energy poverty perpetuates cycles of disadvantage, hinders economic growth, affects healthcare, education, and social mobility. Maybe a few months ago, probably last year, you might have seen a picture that went viral in Katakwi district of a kid who was taking notes under a street light. Uganda's media landscape, and it is important that we have to work with the media if we have to get our messages across. The media landscape includes traditional media, those are the newspapers, the radio, the TV, from the generation that I come. And of course we have the digital media, which has taken the country and world by storm. And we have what you call the local radio and community newspapers, that is the community media. The media is a powerful tool. Media has the unique ability to shape public perception, influence policy agendas, and hold leaders accountable. With effective storytelling, we can raise awareness about energy access and solutions such as Uganda's renewable energy policy, amplify marginalized voices, like rural communities benefiting from mini hydro projects, and foster public debate and engagement on energy access issues. We've seen a number of success stories being carried in the media. There are stories for a very long time, West Nile, which had not been connected on the grid. There were stories about Wenreko, there were stories about Nyagak, there were stories about initiatives that were going on in those places. And these were carried by the major newspapers and also on radio stations, TV, and nowadays, because of the instantness of social media, some of them would be carried on those platforms. Today we're talking about media as a catalyst. Media catalyzes change by leveraging its influence. It raises awareness about social, economic, and environmental issues, shapes public perception, public opinion, inspires collective action and mobilization. It also holds those in power. It promotes inclusive and diverse representation. This is through investigative journalism, where you highlight injustices and issues of corruption, advocacy, where you amplify marginalized voices and perspectives, education, by informing the public about critical issues, and social mobilization by encouraging community engagement and activism. However, the media has to be objective and balanced in its reporting. Courageous and independent storytelling is often rewarded, and collaborative and inclusive approach is what would help us get far. This The impact of this would lead to increased public awareness and engagement, policy reforms and legislative changes, shifts in public opinion and attitudes, empowered communities, and improved accountability and transparency. By acting as a catalyst for change, media can drive meaningful progress and contribute to a more just and equitable society. There is talking about media as a catalyst, but also looking at media as a partner for progress. Media serves as a partner for progress by collaborating with key stakeholders. This helps to advance socio-economic and environmental development, promote inclusive and sustainable growth, foster informed decision-making and civic engagement, support innovation and entrepreneurship. This can be through information dissemination, providing timely and accurate information, awareness raising, highlighting critical issues and challenges. You probably heard that one of the programs I have been championing at the New Vision was the Green Schools Initiative, where we are dealing with a problem of climate change. And we went out to a number of schools to create awareness. That would not have been possible for the media alone, because good journalism comes at a high cost. This is an initiative that was possible because we had to partner with Food and Agriculture Organization and the Embassy of Sweden. And like I did say, the key roles under this would be education and training, building capacity and skills, advocacy, supporting policy reforms and social change, and platform provision, facilitating dialogue and debate. Why is that even important? Because media houses have got the platforms that are needed by the other partners, like the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. So in partnering with the media, the messages are able to go across. And there have been a number of partnership models that are out there that we can benefit from, like collaborative storytelling, where media partners with experts and communities. We have joint research initiatives where the media partners with academia and think tanks. We also have public awareness campaigns where the media partners with NGOs and government to be able to take these messages across. And social entrepreneurship where the media partners with startups and innovators. Therefore, as media professionals, advocates, and stakeholders, we need to prioritize energy access in our reporting, engage policymakers, and support community-led initiatives. I believe that together we can inform, educate the public, influence policy and decision-making, and accelerate progress towards SDG 7. Let us harness our collective power to make energy accessible to all Ugandans. Thank you.
I have to share his microphone. Apologies. Our keynote address speaker, another round of applause. I think it. Just a note to mention that this panel is sponsored by Bujagali Energy, and they have a token for the keynote address speaker that I'll quickly ask the representative from Bujagali Energy, Power for Prosperity, to hand over as our keynote address speaker takes his seat back to the audience. So thank you. And then we'll start the panel discussions. Please come to, people want to witness this moment. So thank you, Bujagali Power, for sponsoring this event. Of course, we thank the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and NREP for the support to ensure that we are here. Thanks a lot. And Sydney, I can allow you join the audience, but you can also keep us company if you don't mind. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we go into the discussions. I will start with one generic question that goes to everyone, and then we'll have specifics subject to the time allowed, knowing that we started a bit late. I would like you to start with a quick response to what our keynote address speaker said, but as you do that, I would like you to make a comment on how the media influences public understanding and prioritization of universal energy access in Uganda. I will give the lady the first opportunity, in no particular order. Miss Gloria, please.
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you. I hope I'm audible. There's a bit of an echo up here, but I hope I'm audible. Thank you to Bujagali Energy for sponsoring the panel, and Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and its partners for inviting us to this Renewable Energy Expo. When the MC, the program MC, was on stage before the panel, he had a slip of the tongue and said, Ministry of Renewable Energy. And I was a bit worried because I'm from the non-renewable energy sector. And I guess many of you are asking, why is oil and gas in this conversation? And I would like to start from there, and I would like to thank Sydney because he hinted a bit during his keynote address. As a country, we are moving towards universal access to energy, but we are not yet there. And for us to get there, we need to appreciate that energy comes in different forms and different sources. And so the conversation that we are having, and the conversation that I hope the media will continue having and promote, is how do we attain this universal access? What is the role of all the other forms of energy? We need to approach this conversation from a broader sense. Investment in renewable energy does not come cheap. We've taken quite a bit of a while to have Karuma on stream. We are glad it's there. We need to invest in infrastructure to have the power reach the people, mostly at the grassroots. And for us to do this, as a country, we must have revenue. And so in having this conversation, we hope that we will look at it from a broader sense. What role does oil and gas play in enabling universal access? So one is oil and gas provides revenue, the sector provides revenue. Some of the country funding, the energy fund for the country that went into Karuma, came out of the capital gains taxes that came from the oil and gas sector. So we need financing for these projects. Secondly, we need to balance the energy mix. Universally, countries are talking about, globally, the conversation is on the energy transition, making sure that we are transiting to cleaner forms of energy. And we know that in Uganda, most of us use biomass in your backyard at home, much as you have an electric cooker, a gas cooker. many of us in the backyard have a stove, a charcoal stove. We still rely on biomass, more so in the rural areas. So if we are talking about cleaner access to cleaner energy to transform livelihoods, we must appreciate that the level of transition for different countries, different societies is different. Whereas, for example, in Norway, they are fully relying on renewable energy, 100% for their energy access. 80% of all new cars are electric cars, electric car sales in Norway. But in Uganda, the story is different. And still to continue with Norway, they are still exploiting oil and gas because of the importance it brings into the energy mix and the other benefits that come out of it. So in having this conversation, we also have to appreciate that we need to have a conversation on how we balance the energy mix, but also how do we transition as a country, moving from biomass to cleaner forms of using biomass, more efficient biomass, and then to cleaner sources of energy like gas and then electricity. So our transition has to be step by step. And so for me, in summary, I would say the media, the role of the media in influencing public opinion is to broaden the conversation so that we know that the puzzle has different pieces, and for us to get the big picture, all these pieces have to come together. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Gloria, for that insight. And now let me turn to the man who practices. Not that we don't, but since, should I say, not a foot soldier anymore, but he still practices the hardcore journalism as we know it. So he could relate to the typewriter. Frederick Musisi.
Right, thank you, Doctor. Picking up from what Gloria said, and I was introduced, I work with the Nation Media Group, that is NTV, Daily Monitor, East African, and other subsidiaries. And I must admit that we've come late to the party, but early this year as a company, of course working with other stakeholders, the Big Girls Foundation, and among others, we came late. We realized that, okay, climate change was real, energy access was a big problem, among other challenges in that cohort. So what, as a company, they did, they established a climate change desk, really. And that's where, issues to do with energy, climate change, energy access, among others, are really addressed. So not really the hardcore journalism, that is still taken care in the news, but those are really dedicated pages, both in the newspaper and on TV. And if you're a keener viewer of NTV, especially during the weekend edition or in the Monitor newspaper from Monday to Sunday, you'll see that there are at least 2 dedicated pages for that, showcasing the problems, the key players, the moving stories. And of course, I also must admit that this is not really for me, but it's really for the consumers ultimately. That while you are trying to do this, the people, most of whom we document, don't have access to the media itself. So you'll travel to Kabong, you'll travel to Kabera Maido, and pick up people trying to do small things to broaden the conversation. But unfortunately, they won't see themselves because we come to realize that people feel good when they see themselves in the paper, and that inspires them to do more. Yeah, so that's really, it's not really my problem as such, but we are doing what we can, and yeah, we hope that we can keep on, continuing on this. Thank you.
So much. Can I request the team working on the PS system? I think the microphone's a bit problematic if that can be resorted. Thanks a lot, Mr. Musisi, for that insight, and that shows that we still have a lot of work as media, but also as Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and all our stakeholders on how then we promote our energy transition plan, because we are at different stages, just even within one country, on how feasible and practical it is to adopt what we are preaching. Allow me now invite Mr. Jonan Musisi, who is within the sector, to give us his insight.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Our viewers online and those who are within the vicinity, a very good afternoon. I am not going to make people live here the same. I want to annoy you. I want to give you some brutal statistics that over 597 million people on the African continent have no access to electricity. Uganda, I think in the recent statistics, we haven't even hit 50. So if you compare yourself on that matrix, you just know that this problem we are talking about is not a problem of Uganda alone, but it's a continent problem that we need to deal with as Africa, but also most importantly, if you look at countries on the African continent that have attained 100% electricity access, we don't have more than 5 countries. And if I'm not mistaken, you only have countries like Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, and partly Gabon. So now the question comes back to us. Most times we want to think that we are extremely bad off. But there is also a reason why this subject matter forms the agenda on the social development goals. It is number 7. You have so many different facets under the SDG. It gives you a picture that this problem of access is not just a Ugandan problem, it's not just an African problem, but it is a global challenge that we have to face all together. It is painful that my brother in arms, Sydney, talked about some statistics. If you look at the recent UBO statistics, I think an average of about 9.2 households, only 2.6 have access to electricity. So meaning the 7.7 are still grappling with no access. Now, I don't know if we can't get annoyed with these statistics, what will annoy us better? Because I want to believe that this is not going to be an enemy that we are going to deal with as the players in the electricity subsector, but it requires a multifaceted approach ranging from the side of the fourth estates that I think Doctor has well prescribed as media as a catalyst. But to try and give some kind of flesh to a catalyst, something that catalyzes, causes a chemical reaction. But you cannot react to something that is not existent. So you people need to react because we will appreciate that much as we have not yet seen demand grow in Uganda, government of Uganda has done quite a commendable job to ensure that power lines extend up to the deepest rural homes. We may have a challenge of those homes being connected, but at least the infrastructure is existent. I think to me that is commendable on the side of government. Now, why are people not getting connected to the grid is where I need the catalyst on the side of the fourth estate. Because to me it is more than us, the players in the energy sector. We need so many hands to ensure that all of us have a bigger share on the resources, both hydro and renewable, that government of Uganda and even development partners are every day and night endeavoring to ensure that they established. But also on the side of my colleagues in the fourth estate, I want to annoy you also that gone are the days of the typewriter, as my brother Sidney has mentioned. You have a printing press that requires 99.9 reliable power, whether thermal or hydro. So either way, you also need a share of your play in this agenda of access. So the media has evolved from a typewriter now to highly digitalized printing presses that require reliable energy for them to ensure that the news that we are talking about access trickles down to the last person in Kabongo. So all of us require access. But also very important, the recent statistics indicate that I think 2% of Karamoja is on the grid. That's 2%. Now,
is that the UBO statistics?
Yes, the UBO statistics. I want to believe the UBO statistics. I am part of government, so I don't want to contradict with what has been put out. But to really give a picture that we need all of us a share of play in this game to ensure that this access has stems up from where we are up to where we desire to be. The target is very ambitious. If you look at the target for the social development goals, we are looking at 2030 to have attained 100%. I think the same is true with Uganda. I know for lack of a better fact, we appreciate that even government has cascaded the SDGs in the respective National Development Plan, I think 3, for those who really are so much having high appetite on issues of data, it is chapter 13 of our NDP 3. And strictly, there is a target for us as government on what our electricity ratio, access ratio should be by the end of year 2030. The question is, are we there? Why are we not there is because we are not catalyzed enough. And I will say this from a practical perspective, Doctor, and our viewers and listeners, is there are even so many homes down in the rural areas where lines are running and there's nobody bothering to tap to electricity. People are not bothered to wire their houses. And we have this loud notion that we want to take this thing for granted. But we need to put up together our hands, both the media and other players in this space, to ensure that enough sensitization on this access drive reaches to the down or the last person in the rural areas. And I believe for now, that's what I can submit.
Thanks a lot, panelists. We've been advised that we need to get closer to the microphone for it to be more effective. So when I call upon you, just do that. Thanks a lot, Jonan, but you need to work harder on annoying. I don't know if anyone is annoyed yet, but those are beautiful statistics that you point out, but also point out a reality we need to pay attention to. And now getting deeper in what we actually need to do as we work with the media, I will turn back to Gloria. From your experience, having come from mainstream energy and mineral development and now into extractives, what strategies could you possibly share that have raised public awareness on energy access, basically highlight the most effective media strategies that have raised public awareness on energy access issues and maybe any policy issues?
Thank you, Doctor. I think the media is a key partner in raising awareness. And as a corporate entities or public sector entities, we cannot do the work we do in communication without partnering with the media. So the first strategy is creating mutually beneficial partnerships. And these partnerships must be objective, must be built on respect. By this I mean, for example, if New Vision starts a product, like they have the Oil, Gas and Infrastructure Journal that reports on everything infrastructure related, from energy to roads to oil and gas sector. These products are in place to increase awareness. And so I think the first is product development that is specialized and speaks to the sector. And for this strategy to work and to be effective, the different partners must come on board and support the media. So without partnerships, I don't think it would be effective. Then secondly, I think training, investing in journalists. A lot of the information in certain sectors is a bit complex, especially the science-based sectors. When you talk about energy, when you talk about oil and gas, you must know the difference, you know. For example, what's the difference between megawatts, kilowatt hours, etc., you know. So I think training of journalists, investing in journalists to specialize in sectors like energy, for them to be able to report with that depth of knowledge. Then I think lastly and finally, access, exposure, and access. And this the media can't do alone. For example, it would be hard for Nation Media Group to report on Karuma, to report on, you know, the transmission infrastructure if they do not have access to these different infrastructures that government is putting in place. And so I think for the media to carry the story, to carry the information, they must be able to access the different facilities access the different project areas. And then maybe lastly and finally, in the age of digital media, this information cannot stay in print alone. It has to go digital. It has to go on radio. In Uganda, over 80%, I think 90% in rural areas get information from radio. So it has to be a multimedia approach using different platforms in different languages to spread the information. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Gloria is forgetting one of her strategies that I like. I've never told her this, but she often arranges a media trip to the Albertine region. That is quite amazing because sometimes as media we report from a non-factual place. So actually going and seeing the amazing work being done as we contribute to energy access in Uganda, I think is a beautiful story. So she's the person to be friend of all of us, first on the list as we leave. Thank you. And now I go to Jonan. I would like you to discuss, media often acts as a bridge between policymakers and the public, but how can journalists and media houses improve their reporting to make complex energy policies and technical details more understandable and engaging for the average Ugandan? I know this would have been a beautiful one for the keynote address speaker, but having been being a journalist yourself, of course, once a journalist.
I think I will use very few words to describe that relationship, but I also want, first of all, through a challenge. You cannot watch over something that you don't know. The watchdog role requires you as a media correspondent or as a media agency, one, to vest into knowledge. You must have that appetite to know what is in the box. Otherwise, you can't seek for accountability, for example, if you don't know what people should actually account for. You can't seek for transparency if you don't know what actually is entailed in the transparency box. You can also not do balanced reporting, for example, if you don't have the required networks within a particular segment. But there is something that I have observed in the 8 years I've been in the energy sector, and I think Gloria partly hinted on it. It's a challenge on us as a sector that we need to create a devoted gang of correspondents that report for the energy sector. The energy sector is a very specialized sector, and not every journalist can actually report on energy matters. Why? Because there are different jargons that are embedded in this sector that may not necessarily be easily chunkable by a normal journalist. So you must have had your hands on in this business for a while. You must have had knowledge. You must have worked with the sector for you to accurately have the ability of breaking it down to the local person who is consuming the energy news. Otherwise, most of the breakage that we have is we don't have a dedicated maybe team to actually do a specific bit of energy. And I think that's where Gloria hinted. It's a challenge. And I know for the last few years I've been in this segment, both distribution and generation, where I started from. I know I have had specific correspondents I work with. And I do this deliberately because I know they appreciate where the sector has come from, they appreciate where the sector is going, they have a feel of even some of the key energy policies that are driving the agenda. So you are less worried of having a distortion at the time, at the point where maybe a consumer of news is expecting to have a product. This is something to do also with the private sector. Private sector is part of the wider spectrum of publics that I believe we need to hold very dearly on our side. If you look at the current energy environment, you realize that today, even the strides that we have had for the last 20 years, there has been a great role of the private sector. So I believe the aspect of journalism reporting on this side should also be amplified by the support of the public sector. We need to have some kind of a situation room where we converge both as players in the energy sector but also as members of the private sector to ensure that we have a common debate about access. But maybe lastly, Doctor, allow me to talk about something that is to do with bits. Most news agencies have defined bits. I don't know if I use the word bits. I may. Okay, they have defined specific thresholds of news reporting in line of energy. How I wish every news agency in this country would have a deliberate session where we discuss issues that are energy related. I want to thank Sidney. You can convey my appreciation to the Vision Group and my colleague Musisi, because you see there has been a deliberate drive of these mainstream and also traditional newspapers having a grasp on energy matters. You find something to do with petroleum, you find something to do with electricity, and they have done this weekly. But this is something that should be done by all news agencies so that we have a universal understanding. Not everyone reads newspapers, for example. So if we have an approach where we have specific reporting on energy matters, even on radio stations, be it local at the district level or be it national at the national broadcaster level, it gives us an appreciation of the greater challenges that await us as a country, but also it gives us also some kind of disturbance in our minds, not to be comfortable with where we are. I beg to submit.
Thank you. As I invite Mr. Musisi, I will also request engineer to guide me on time. But if I still have a lot of time, that works. So Mr. Musisi, you have been at this. You're one of those journalists who particularly writes on energy, and you demonstrate an understanding of the energy and mineral sector. What challenges do you experience as you do this, reporting on energy and renewable energy topics, and how can these challenges be addressed to enhance media role as a catalyst for universal access? Maybe you could also throw in a piece of advice to other media people here who are wondering, how do I get into this area?
Thank you. How do I got into this area? Ironically, you're involved in the story. So many years ago, while I was still at university, she was my lecturer, by the way, at Makerere. So I was about to finish, and so she asks me, because I was the class president, so she asks me, so what do you want, what do you see yourself doing in a newsroom? At the time, I was still working with the Observer, reader as a freelancer. Then I said, well, I can write anything. I say, anything? So you mean if you went there and they told you to serve tea, you'll do that? I'm like, well, they just want to be in the newsroom. Then she says, well, I guess for selfish reasons, because then she was working with a rectification agency. Then she tells me that, why don't you focus on energy? I was like, energy? Okay, yeah, there's oil and gas. At that time, oil and gas was, it was a department where I first met Gloria, Petroleum Exploration Department, which was, in charge of, and then of course, Amber House and etc. So I had colleagues at the Monitor, so they, nudged me to, join the Monitor. So when I walked in, the editor asks me, so what do you want to write about? Then I said energy, because I was caught off guard by the question. So I said energy, it also caught him off guard. It's like, what's that? And I said, well, there's oil and gas, there's electricity. It's like, in Luganda, like, gono soboka gwe. Like, okay. So story short, that's where everything started. So of course, I was really thrilled by politics, thrilled by everything else. But there was that consciousness at the back of my mind that I was interested in energy. So I would write, follow SCJ, do this, do that, deal with Museveni. But with time, I would come back to, to oil and gas, electricity. And of course, there's a bit of good and bad. So the downside of it is, right now, I'm not throwing Gloria under the bus. 3 weeks ago, there was a screaming headline in the Monitor and on NTV about the production date of oil and gas shifting. And everyone was really angry by that. But it was really something, of course, I had inside sources. But it's something, the fact that, I've been part of the oil sector. I like to brag, I've single-handedly broken most of the stories in the sector for the last decade, refinery, name it. I was there when these things were starting. I was the first person to write about power, etc., etc. So usually there are things, the institutional, memory that I know that when I say, okay, I don't see oil starting here. Of course, people were angry, but, they will understand, well, he knows what he's talking about. So really, if it's about a question of how do you, keep at something, I think it's dedication, really. So how you beat dedication into people, really, honestly, I think it varies from person to person. But generally, on the challenges, it's really two-way traffic. So there are internal challenges as a media we are facing, but then, of course, the external challenges. So internally, I mean, like world over, the media landscape is changing. You have the advent, actually, the proliferation of, new media. Social media is giving us a beating, etc., etc. So you find that newsrooms and news businesses, they're really downsizing businesses. And as a result of that, you find experienced people. Someone leaves the university, they do 1 or 2 years in the newsroom, and then they're out. So if POW or Ministry of Energy or Jonan, they've really dedicated their time on training that someone, and there's an institution called the African Center of Media Excellence. They really tapped into this space, and over the years, they've really been training journalists in oil and gas, understanding the extractive sector. But right now, they call people, and basically there are no people. Even me, when I look around, they'll call me and they say, we have the training, can you recommend someone? And people are not really just interested. So I don't know how that can be really addressed, but really, it's really a challenge for all of us. Secondly, it's an issue to do with access to information. It's improving, and it's improved quite a lot. Right now, if you need most of the things on oil and gas, POW has, this compendium on oil and gas, upstream, midstream, and, of course, not downstream. UNOC has what they're supposed to be doing, ECOP has what's supposed to be. That has changed. About when I started writing about oil and gas, you would look for information. Of course, the commissioners themselves were not used to being in the limelight, So, I mean, they were very suspicious of us, of me, of everyone who was covering the sector at the time. But that has improved over time, and information is there. It's just, of course, the other things that many of us don't read. So even when things are there in public domain, to clarify on facts, etc., people don't read it, And it's not an issue of, okay, where do I look? You just need to find Uganda's oil sector, for instance, access to energy in Uganda, and all these things are there. Then the other thing is there are certain, I don't know, I understand institutions employ public relations or media relations stakeholders, and you bump into these organizations like, what are these people doing? So they have a lot of interesting information, but they don't even make a deliberate effort of bringing it down, right? So oftentimes, I mean, I bump into so many people and they tell you, oh, there's this, and you wonder, like, okay, this is quite interesting information. But there's a PR in the company for 10 years, and they just don't, but anyway, that's quite a systematic thing, which you know very well. Then the other thing which I think as a country, we need to start telling our own stories, Own stories meaning that, okay, yes, we might disagree and, okay, this is really my conviction. Of course, the country is going in a different direction, but there's a lot of good things need to be told. So on this energy space, for instance, Gloria here is always time and again fighting with the international press. They have this certain narrative, the whole stop oil, stop eco, gang. So they have a certain narrative they're driving. But then even when you look around as a country, we're not telling our own stories. What are you trying to do? This is a poor country, The part of the other side, I'm part of the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. We are about 250 journalists from around the world. We are headquartered in DC. But oftentimes we have these meetings, if you heard of the Mauritius leaks, Panama Papers, etc., etc. The stories, they are interested. My other employers, it's just that story of a woman, carrying the baby on the back, lying down, those are the things they want to hear, And you fight so hard to change the narrative, but then you realize, even at the country level, like no one cares. Like, you push that on the side. So honestly, that's really a challenge for all of us. I hope how it helps to, improve the energy access conversation. Really, the challenge is for all of us, not just me or Nation Media Group for that matter. Thank you.
Thank you. And I've been reminded that we should be rounding up, and I'm going to give everyone a turn, starting with the keynote address speaker. But as I do that, I would just like to tell people some of the challenges. Despite the fact that I encouraged Musisi to go into energy, one of his first stories nearly cost me my job. So it's a risky relationship interacting with him, but he does a beautiful story if you look at the ethics of journalism. So while I taught him to do that, as a corporate communicator, I needed him to represent me differently. I hope you remember that incident of rural electrification. Yes, but that's a story for another day. And sometimes, maybe just to emphasize, those are part of the challenges. The people you represent, what you speak for, and then the challenge when the client or the source of the story wants to be presented differently. And ladies and gentlemen, as we wind up, I am going to ask each of our speakers to give a last word and a take home. Of course, there's a lot more we could have talked about, by the interest of time. So I'll start with our keynote address speaker. In line with the things we've been talking about, questions that I felt I should have asked you, but you are not a panelist. Now is your chance to give a last word.
We are in this together. It is not just us versus you, but there is a lot that we can do, and we can help to increase access to energy. Thank you.
Thank you, brilliant. Frederick, I know you've not yet caught your breath, but I need your last words.
Really, for me, this is really more of a challenge and not a challenge. Oftentimes people look at media as enemies, right? So there are certain areas where I walk into and everyone is scampering to leave the room. Or even when I'm with people, people don't want to be seen with me because they know the kind of journalism, which is ideally shouldn't be the case. I really judge, I'm very judicious, like, okay, this needs to be in the public, this, that sort of thing. So as we interact, this needs to be in mind that ultimately, the ultimate goal, we'll have the job of, getting things out there. But at the same time, I'm also alive with the fact that, how do we do that, right? So that partnership, once that everyone knows that these are the boundaries, I think there's a really long journey to walk.
Thank you, Frederick. And those who want to walk in his shoes, yes, those are the challenges you have to deal with. Thank you. Gloria?
Thank you, Dr. Litho. I think mine is just to emphasize something Frederick said. We must tell our own story. Us as communication professionals, communication practitioners, cannot do it alone. Many times when people ask, there is no information on energy, there is no information on oil and gas, you have a lot going on and very little of it is getting out into the public. The responsibility is to each one of us here. Now that you've attended the Renewable Energy Expo 2024, Conference and Expo 2024, there is something you have learned today that you didn't know. There is a myth that you can break, especially to the young people here. When Frederick mentioned something about activism against our extractive resources, against our oil and gas projects, it's targeting the young people. Do not allow to be used to curtail the development of our country. We are all part of the conversation. As a private sector player that is investing in Uganda's energy sector, you are part of telling the story. Don't sit back and wait for Dr. Litho to marshal her team in the Ministry of Energy to talk about all the good things that have been said and done at this expo. If we do not tell our story as Africa, as Ugandans, people are out there waiting to distort our story. So let us partner, let us work with the media. Personally, when I see Frederick's call, I can even run out of my boss's office to pick it, because I know he invests in the work that he does. So let us respect the media, let us work with them, let us not run away from them. I spend a lot of time talking to journalists. I try to always give information, but we cannot do it alone. So let us tell our story, so that people do not distort and tell our story for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gloria. Jonan, your last words.
Thank you. My parting shots really would be like 3, but I would still want to annoy people here. In one region, in Busoga region, I think for the last 3 years, we have lost about 57 transformers, and these have been vandalized. So if you break down literally, we lose a transformer every month. But these transformers are in the communities. And this is really to speak at a smaller scale of distribution. The entire electricity supply chain is under attack by the vice of vandalism. We don't live where these transformers live, but our communities live there. You people, our relatives, our siblings live with this infrastructure. So really, to me, it's a call to you, let us watch this dear infrastructure. Government has invested in it to ensure that we have access to energy. It should be our primary responsibility to ensure that we guard it, right from distribution, generation, and transmission. Because a breakage of one of those infrastructural pillars in the supply chain means the entire system is not going to function. So this one really requires both the input of the side of our fourth estate, but also you who is seated and who is watching online. I cannot emphasize more the aspect of telling the story, but maybe let me use a different frame to this success story. There are several success stories in the energy sector that I have not seen in the press. We shouldn't really say, I want to agree and disagree to some extent with my colleague Gloria. I think also it's the appetite of the fourth estate to look for that positive story should also be there. It shouldn't be one way, because it is a relationship that both of us have. So I encourage my colleagues in the fourth estate, let's also dig out this positive story. Let's tell it, because if we don't speak that good story about our country, about our sector, I can assure you nobody is going to speak it for you. Lastly, I want to emphasize, we cannot enhance accountability and transparency in the sector if we don't have information. Ministry, if you go under their resources, there is the energy policy, the rural electrification strategy. When you come to distribution, we have a strategic plan. When you go to ERA website, you'll find a strategic plan. But we cannot start demanding for accountability from government if we do not know what is in these policies and what is within the plans of these agencies that are mandated to carry on the role of increasing access. I don't want to doubt that media is a sure catalyst to electricity access. And I want to say, without the media, I can assure you, this dream that we have of ensuring 100% access is not attainable. So you are our partners, and we cannot do without you. But also I would love to request that with an objective and balanced report about our operations and also government programs. For example, right now there is free electricity connection policy being undertaken by government. There is ESP and so many others where government is really vying to extend power up to about 1.2 million customers by close of 2026. So all of these are really in the policies and instruments that are vested under the Ministry of Energy. So we need to look for them also as well, carry that word downstream, let us push the word to the last person so that we have an impact on our social services. Today, hospitals, businesses, mention it, we are bringing the standard gauge layer. All of them are going to rely on electricity. I want to say thank you very much for the time, but also thank you for listening. Let's go and wire our houses. Let's connect our homes. Let's demand for polls from even our leaders. I think access will be attainable.
Thank you. What a great panel. Thank you, my esteemed panel. A round of applause. We are going to write the story how you didn't clap for us. A round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I am going to request the panelists and keynote address speaker to just stand at this point and we take a group photo as I invite the panel sponsor, Bujagali Power, to hand over something to the speaker. I don't know where doctors, engineer, you had some bags earlier. I hope my panel will benefit from those as well. We can hand those over. Can we stand here for a group photograph as Bujagali Power gifts us and we take a group photo. Thank you so much. I've been Dr. Patricia Litho, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development. I hand over to Engineer Sochitoleko. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Litho. Another round of applause for the panel. We cannot underscore the importance of the Fourth Estate in not only delivering the messages that we desire to be delivered, but also in ensuring that they are our channels to influence behavioral change where necessary. As we start to close, allow me to quickly recognize the presence of our religious leaders. Mr. Chirabira David of Word of Life, a director there. Reverend Emmanuel Kalagala, Reverend Church of Resurrection, Church of Uganda. Mr. Mokasa Mpugu of the Islamic Fraternity. Mr. John Bosco Komakech Aludi, an Executive Director for Caritas. And Pastor Hannington Opondo, a pastor at Watoto Church. We welcome you and we recognize your presence.
I just want to thank Bujagali Power. Bujagali Power has offered T-shirts for whoever attended this session. I know some have just walked in, but each one will receive a T-shirt. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Bujagali Power. I now wish to invite our culture entertainers to please proceed, and then we start with the closing session. Abengoma. A thunderous applause for our cultural dance troupe. Thank you very much. That was truly entertaining. Allow me to welcome back our cultural leaders, recognize their presence, and welcome back His Royal Highness, Isaba Rudi. And we're now ushering in our closing segment of the Renewable Energy Conference and Expo. And I wish to share with you the program as follows. We're going to have representatives of religious leaders in a short moment share with us the experiences and speak to the delegation here. Thereafter, we'll have a word from Dr. Louise Medland, the Modern Energy Cooking Services Program Manager. We shall then have the Commissioner, Renewable Energy Department, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development speak, and the Commissioner will then in turn invite His Royal Highness the King of Burundi to then give a keynote to the delegation and congregation here, and then officially close the Renewable Energy Conference 2024 and Expo. As I then now invite the religious leaders, the representatives to make their way, I wish to remind all members here present that after the close, there is a cocktail organized for all of us at the Lake Gardens. So do ensure that once we leave this place, we make our way to the Lake Gardens to enjoy a treat that has been especially organized for you. At this juncture, allow me to invite the representatives of the religious leaders here present to then address us. A round of applause as they make their way.
The Lord is good, and all the time. I'm called Mr. John Bosco Kumake Chaludi. I work for the Catholic Archdiocese of Gulu as the Director of Caritas. Because of time factors, I'm not going to take much of your time than necessary. However, in this expo, we already prepared our presentation, even the questions and answers, but then I think that cannot happen today. I would like to say the task that the religious leaders have in this country is immense. It's very big in the sense that they have the trust of the community. The religious leaders are very reliable. And all the religious leaders and institutions which are there, they are here to stay with or without the NRM government. I hope you have got me right. Therefore, I would like to say, if we want to promote renewable energy or clean energy to the grassroots, especially where people are affected, use the religious institution and use the religious leaders. How do you use them? We are advocating that renewable energy should be mainstream in all the sectors. If you come up with messages, you develop the content and give to the churches, you give to the mosque, be sure that the message will reach the very vulnerable people that are affected. I would like to say there are many attempts that the religious leaders have done. In the sector of education, they're there. In the sector of social activities, they're there. In the healthcare, they're also there. Now, why are we missing out on issues of climate change, issues of renewable energy? Pope Francis, in his encyclical letter called Laudato Si, has covered a lot. In Laudato Si, Pope Francis talked majorly about our common home, the Mother Earth. We who are here should ensure that we check our consumerized lifestyle in order to prepare for the next generation to come and take over from us. I would like to end by inviting my colleague to say also a word, because for us, the mainstream, we have agreed that I speak on their behalf because there is no time. So I would like to say thank you so much for inviting us for this expo. We are grateful, though time was not our good ally. I thank you all by inviting my friend. Come.
I thank you so much, Brother Komakech. Distinguished guests, organizers, and all participants in your respective capacities, which time cannot allow me to go through, believe I salute you and greet you in the name of the Almighty. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. In a special way, I must appreciate for the courage and honor that was offered to the element of spirituality when a slot was preserved for the men of God to have a stake in this arrangement. It all begins with God and ends with God. Even when calamities and disasters befall us, we finally surrender the victims to God and we pray for the survivors to God. So it was quite a smart arrangement. The role of religions in the history of development of the country of whatever nature cannot be underrated. We remember that the education, health, and all other sectors were given a gearing by the role of spirituality, that the basic schools that founded the education sector of the country were missionary schools. We have carried that bias to the present date. So it would be ironical that religion has not been given a slot to offer its stake in the current redesigning of lifestyle, particularly in the energy sector. The Muslim faith that I represent on the occasion is a key consumer of energy of multiple nature. We all remember we pray officially or basically 5 times a day, and in all forms we need light, we need to use instruments, communication systems, sound systems to convey the voices. So we are key consumers. So even if we didn't have another role, but we played a consumer role, we would have a voice said. Thank you so much for that opportunity. But I need to pose a challenge to the strategy we are trying to lay foundation for, that as we want people to embrace a more naturally compliant energy consumption pattern, we need to walk with men of God, but to carry a bitter card of truthfulness. I must admit that the I concur with the President and the government of Uganda that when we are handling the privatization program, there are certain facts that we underlooked that are becoming critical to the present time. He might not be happy with some of the trends that took place with the division of the key power supplier in the country. We are aware, sooner than later, a new contract is going to be signed. I'm yet to be informed who. I pray the one who is going to take, or other sector players, put the call of God into consideration. Majority of the people in Uganda live, I don't want to say miserable life, but their economic status is wanting. We must design the energy consumption well tailored to suit ordinary Ugandans, addressing all the concerns. Forests are in the villages where local people who don't earn a shilling a day have good access because they can go there even at night. You want to save the forest, but an ordinary Ugandan is not very sure. Even an educated Ugandan is not very sure of the price of a unit of power. I can buy power at midnight and power gets back. That is very automatic, yes. But ask any Ugandan, what's the actual price of a unit of power? So in the new negotiations, we must take a bitter pill to tell, you can't only talk the language of business when you are discussing such a social requirement that requires every Ugandan to take part. And we only discuss it on the business page, irrespective of other concerns like preservation of nature, affordability of easy energy consumption to an ordinary Ugandan. So, as people who play a role, not in the faith of people, but to connect government organs with the blend of fearing God, we want to appeal that when we are signing contracts with the people who are going to be key players in this, even if somebody is just importing solar panels, let's put in the element. Let me end with this example. When the public is conscious about the consequences of something, they can force a seller to declare or to put a disclaimer that can challenge the sale of the product. When they pushed the cigarette sellers to put an indication that it can be harmful, we all looked at it as ironical. But it has worked. I belong to a family that has a long history of smoking. But I'm telling you, the effect I have seen, smoking is reducing. So let's tell people that when you are going to be a key player, whether you are selling an energy-saving stove, put a consideration, before we say government subsidization, put a consideration that you are selling this energy-saving stove to save nature, to make alternative power affordable to an ordinary Ugandan so that we can have a better livelihood. I can't say more than that because of the time constraints, but I pray and I hope Allah will give us the best. Thank you so much, everybody. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Another round of applause for our religious leaders. I believe that was a well-delivered and packaged message. We certainly do need to leverage those structures and ensure that we have those synergies adequately and effectively exploited. At this juncture, allow me to now invite Dr. Louise Medland, the Modern Energy Cooking Services Program Manager, to share a word or two with us before I then invite the Commissioner of Renewable Energy. Dr. Louise, you're most welcome.
Wow, hello. First time ever I've been asked to do closing remarks. Distinguished guests and gentlemen, everybody here, what an honor it's been the last 3 days. I'm going to borrow a story from Professor Simon Batchelor, who sort of envisioned MEX and envisioned that cooking with modern energy would be possible. So in 2018, he attended an event very much like this, talking about energy, talking about the future. But there was no talk of e-cooking or even modern cooking. He was in the last session on the last day in a basement with 12 people. The last 3 days, we've heard so much about e-cooking, so much about alternative fuels, and so much about the future potential for Uganda. The activities happening in Uganda are world-leading. First country ever to have an e-cooking tariff. It's got the largest pilot of schools in the whole world. So let's look forward to REC 25 with a lot of excitement. And please take what you've learned in these last 3 days. Talk to your friends, talk to your colleagues, talk to your neighbors about what you've learned. And I just want to say thank you for your engagement, your participation, and your passion in this topic. All the best.
Thank you very much, Dr. Louise, for those remarks. And we certainly are looking forward to not only taking stock of what we've been able to deliberate upon during this REC 24 and Expo, but then to build onto the same as we head towards an even bigger, better, and more engaging REC 25, as will be announced soon. At this juncture, allow me this singular honor to invite the Commissioner, Renewable Energy Department at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, to also deliver closing remarks to you, and in turn invite His Royal Highness the King of Burundi to speak to us and then officially close the conference. Before I leave the podium, allow me to remind you again that once the conference is officially closed, we have organized a special cocktail for all of you by the Lakeside Gardens, and I do look forward to engaging and networking with you there. Thank you very much. I wish you a great rest of the day. Over to Commissioner Dr. Bryant.
Thank you very much, moderator. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. God is good, and all the time. If I was going to speak to you in Lusoga, I would have said, Mubimazeku. Literally meaning, whatever I should have said, I can't say it. I'm overwhelmed by your support this evening and over the last 3 days of our interaction. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are very happy. We are very happy that you've given us the trust, that you're sitting here on a Saturday evening. We don't take it for granted. My Honorable Minister spoke about what the ministry thinks and what we are doing, and I don't intend to repeat what he said, lest I dilute the very concrete message that he offered. Before that, on the opening day, my honorable ministers were here, and they spoke, and indeed the development partners too spoke. So I don't intend to speak about that. Mine is a simple duty, and it's going to be performed in 2 ways. One is to thank you, and I'll tell you about the second. To our sponsors, you are the reason we are here. This event is sponsored by all of you, in one way or another. Thanks for believing in us. It's not every day that we believe in our governments, but thank you very much. I want us to clap for our sponsors. And I'm not going to repeat. I will not mention one by one because they are displayed on the billboards. We are very grateful. Thanks for trusting us. To my team, and I want to take this opportunity to request all my team from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and the National Renewable Energy Platform to stand up for recognition. Honorable Oliver, you don't have to stand now because now you're on the side, the other government. Thank you very much, team. And when I said the platform, I meant all the associations. I know UNACA is here, UNEA is here, USEA is here, and all the other private sector associations. That's NREP. It is that team that we work with every year to think of how we can improve your experience here. This year has been a better one. And I think our people have had an experience that was worth your time over the last 3 days. And as we've always promised every year, we hope to do better. So that team and the trust the stakeholders have given us, we hope we'll design something better for you in the future. We are growing, and please bear with us whenever we make mistakes. We want to grow. To the delegates, it is a Saturday. We've had 3 concrete days of activity. Sometimes I fail to see which hall I should sit in. Things are interesting, but that was intentional. We created a buffet of activities such that you don't say, there wasn't enough for me. And that buffet started from science, started from capacity. We've listened to very good and concrete positions from our media team. We've also had very good presentations from our cultural institutions and indeed the religious institutions. That message is clear to all of us, that we must walk this journey with government, and indeed we are doing that. We don't take your presence here for granted. We thank you. To the exhibitors, I think for me this has been the best so far. Please, I want us to give a round of applause for the team. You've given us a very good experience in this space. You've contributed to the beauty and experience of those that bothered to come here. And I can assure you that in the future, it can only grow bigger. We thank you. To the media, you've given us an experience. All the sessions that we've had here have been streamlined, is that the word? That word that you've said, live. So you've been on TV, you've been on all forms of social media, and all the pictures that we've taken have been captured, and we are going to share all the links to all the materials. So if you want a video, if you want a picture, the link is going to be shared on our different platforms such that you can continue sharing these experiences. We don't take you for granted. For the first time, we saw REC trending, and we are happy and want to thank you that the journey that we've started walking, and I want in a special way to thank our partners in the media. I'll start with our Assistant Commissioner for Communication, Dr. Litho. You've led a good journey. Our visibility is clear. I also want to thank our smart partners for giving us a very good experience going forward. I said my standing here has 2 purposes, and if I stay here, I may easily be told not to go to the second. I want to announce, before I go to the last task of my participation here, REC 25 and Expo is going to be bigger. You believed us last year when we told you it will be bigger. We are growing. I am not so sure whether there are many people that think we are shrinking. I see from where I sit, we are growing. And I can tell you REC 25 and Expo will be a bigger and better experience you better not miss. Ladies and gentlemen, I now want to come to my next task. My next task is a big one. I had actually preferred that I hand it over to a person that understands that space of government. But it's an opportunity I could not miss, so I'm going to take it. Bear with me. Your Royal Highness, we were deliberate when we invited you here. We know the good things that you've been doing, and we know the leadership that you're offering to the cultural institutions, and the leadership that we've seen in the mighty kingdom of Burundi. It's one of those kingdoms where everything has been going on well. So we invited you here to provide us guidance and the leadership and to mentor us in that direction. But most importantly, as our national champion amongst the cultural leaders in terms of this energy transition, I want to take this opportunity first to thank you for sparing us a whole day and the guidance that you've provided us over these days and as we are planning this occasion, and for accepting to come here with your colleagues in the cultural space, but also your cabinet members, who I will allow you probably at a time to recognize. I want to take this opportunity to thank you on behalf of government, the sponsors, and all our partners for taking time to come to be with us and speak to us. And I want to take this opportunity in a humble way to invite you to speak to these people and to declare this conference closed. Your Highness.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the Minister in absentia, my Sabanyala, and those who have represented other cultural leaders, distinguished guests. First of all, I want to thank God who has enabled us to attend this prestigious and historic conference here in Kampala. I thank Engineer Irene Batebe, the Permanent Secretary, for officially inviting me as a guest speaker in this conference to talk about this important sub-theme of championing clean energy access through cultural institutions. Thank you very much. I thank the NRM government with its good leadership of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for establishment of cultural institutions in Uganda, and also engage them in all development concepts for our subjects, the Ugandans. Today we gather here not just as the representatives of our respective cultural institutions, but as stewards of Uganda heritage, its land, and its people. This gathering is an extraordinary opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to brighter, cleaner, and healthier future for all Ugandans. As a nation, we face undeniable reality of changing this world. Our traditional ways of life, which have harmonized with nature for generations, are now under threat due to growing demand for energy and challenges posed by climate change. Clean energy, therefore, is not merely a solution, it is a vital part of preserving our way of life, protecting our natural resources, securing the health and prosperity for our future generations. Our cultural institutions have always been the moral compass of our communities. We are looking upon as leaders in guiding our people towards practices that align with our values of respect, responsibility, reverence for the nature. It is now our duty to champion the transition towards clean, renewable, and sustainable energy sources. I envision a future where, number one, our communities rely on clean energy solutions such as solar, wind, and hydro that not only power for homes, but also reduce deforestation, protect our rivers, preserve the integrity of our lands. Two, our cultural institutions act as centers of learning and advocacy for clean energy, educating our people on benefits and vital role renewable energy plays in improving health, creating jobs, securing livelihoods. Number 3, efficient solutions that integrate our traditional crafts and skills. We can harness this useful creativity to create a new era of clean energy enterprises that honor our cultural heritage. Today, as the chairman of Uganda Kings and Cultural Leaders Forum, I call upon my fellow kings to join hands in advocating for policies and practices that prioritize clean energy access. I urge the Ministry of Energy to work closely with us as partners, recognizing us as cultural leaders who can assist in industry endeavors. Together, let us make sure that clean energy is not only a national agenda, but a shared cultural vision. Cultural leaders in Uganda are the custodians of respective cultural heritages. I know with championing clean and energy access in Uganda, cultural leaders should be put on board to handle challenges of cultural barriers that can hinder this initiative of promoting clean energy access. So I call upon development partners in this to work in collaboration with cultural leaders under the umbrella board of Uganda Kings and Cultural Leaders Forum to enhance cultural strategies for this clean energy access in Uganda and beyond. To my people and all Ugandans, I say, the future is in our hands. We have the wisdom of our ancestors who understood the balance of life and nature. And we have the opportunity now to combine this wisdom with the knowledge and technologies of today. Let us honor their legacy by embracing clean energy for more sustainable and prosperous tomorrow. May our united efforts ignite movement that transforms Uganda's energy landscape and inspires future generations to protect our environment as fiercely as we protect our traditions. Together, let us be guardians of Uganda that is both culturally rich and ecologically resilient. For clean energy access in Uganda, I wish to recommend that, number 1, Government of Uganda promote the use of electric motorized vehicles to reduce on-board emissions. Number 2, reduce taxes on solar accessories for our subjects in the village to access them for lighting and other simple utilities. Number 3, the cost of electricity be reduced from its easy access and used by our subjects, and also promote rural electrification for all villages to be connected to the national grid. I'm glad that our government has prioritized electricity power production in Uganda, like Karuma, Isimba, and others. Government and other development partners to work in collaboration with cultural leaders in Uganda to promote energy clean access. I request the ministry to roll over the clean cooking tanks in rural areas. I thank you very much. I am Isabaru Isabarongo, Mogezi Butamanya, the King of Buroli, and the chairperson of Uganda Kings and Cultural Leaders Forum. With that, with the honor entrusted to me, I therefore declare this conference closed. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conference has been closed, so the next point is that the cocktail. So let's meet there and speak more. Thank you very much.